KSP.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I am Zim, currently as Asher the Labramon, and today we've got an art stream. Wait, why is my hand tracker not working?
I ate your cable, sorry.
There we go. We've got an art stream from Whiskers again. Commissions are open. Do message me on Discord if you would like to get added to the queue. They are $33 for lines, $77 for colors. And also, we're going to be doing some preparation for our new campaign that I am joining on every other Saturday. Starting this Saturday. So, yeah. Right now, though, we're just chilling out with Kazu, the Avali, over here on Twitch. Go check them out. They're doing some Avorion. And, yeah. Back to the conversation here. It is... So we were talking about space engineers and their whole mess. It just
And being a
reminds
bad
me...
game.
It just reminds me of Ark. Where it's like... Hey, devs, could we get this fixed, please? More dinosaurs. Okay, those are nice and all. Could we get the game fixed now, please? More dinosaurs!
Can we have some better performance of the game? More dinosaurs! Also, I figured out why Ark Survival Evolved on Steam doesn't run too well compared to the Windows edition. The modding pipeline is completely broken and has ruined that game's Steam release. It runs so much better. It's a flawless game on the Windows Store.
8-bit Shadox thinks you're cute.
Yeah. Like, it's an enjoyable game.
Yeah.
With mods. Just like Space Engineers is an enjoyable game. With mods.
Even with mods, I'm still getting very bored, which is why I've switched to Avorion today. I was going to do a space game of some sort, but it had to be Avorion, because this has dead.
Dothings cheered with 100 eggy bitties.
Thank you for the biddies. I do things. And for me, the aspect of Space Engineers that I like is that the fact that I am controlling a character.
Yes.
Like, that's why I enjoy the style of Space Engineers over the style of Avorion. I mean, I like Minecraft, and it's basically... Okay, it's not the same,
It's
but...
voxel Minecraft, but
yeah.
with a space theme.
Yeah. Though, my problem with it is... And yes, a squirrel animation right now, I do things. But, it's also like... Any ship that I want to build in Space Engineers destroys any server. Because it's just too big.
Well, see, I've been playing Space Engineers since Alpha, since the fifth update of the game. Essentially, I've been playing SE for a very, very long time, way before they added planets. The only reason you can't do any big, huge, ginormous ship builds anymore is because of the planets, and the devs know exactly why. They've abandoned that game. There's never gonna be any fixes for that game. There's no hope for capital ships in Space Engineers anymore, and it makes me really sad. Your best bet is to just make a new server, delete every single planet and every planetary spawn, or just do an asteroid-only world.
I just know I played, I had a lot of fun with one ship that I made. I called it the Zim Cube. So I started off with just a basic cube-shaped ship that I launched into space. And then I poked my friend and I'm like, okay. Now, hear me out here. What if we put giant jaws on the front of this to eat ships? And she's like, fuck you, I don't like this. And I'm like, but... And she's like, God damn it, you got my brain going. So we put giant jaws on the front of it. We put landing gear on a little tongue so I could latch onto enemy ships and pull them into the jaws. And then close the jaws and thrash around a bit to literally deconstruct the ships. Then I'm like, okay, now, that's cool, but what if I can eat asteroids as well? Hello, Sky. And she's like, God damn it. And then I suddenly had reversible jaws. You know, one side with drills, the other side with saws. You know, I can eat ships and asteroids. And then I'm like, okay, I'm getting so many resources, I can't keep up. I need to add more. And then the Zimcube proceeded to eat the server.
Feel the backhand of justice!
Yeah, basically. Did I kill the Kazu?
No, I'm here. But I remember you telling me about the Zimcube before, and I'm trying to imagine how it would possibly have killed the server, and I'm not sure if it's if the Zimcube killed the server due to desync, the grid size being too big, or if having maybe the super gridding exploit being used, or just too much damage being processed at any given time. I don't know. There's a lot of things wrong with Space Engineers, and I could talk up for an hour straight about what was good, what was bad that was added, and what's actually killed the game for a lot of people. Uh-oh, did my internet go out?
No, I can still hear you.
You just said it and then just didn't finish.
Sorry, I might have got an ADHD brain.
Honestly, same.
So, with it, basically, I started with one center cube, and then I was going to turn it into basically a Rubik's Cube kind of shape. You know, 9 individual cubes all attached to each other. I added a cube on each side of the main one, which had the jaws on the front, and the left side was just storage. That was all I had in there. The right side had processing, so, you know, those saws and drills bringing in all those resources, they would go to the right side, get processed, broken down, etc., etc., and then they'd go to the left side for storage. And that was what wound up breaking the server. It just was too big. Too much going on with it. Especially when those storages started getting filled, because from what I understand, apparently it does not handle storage well at all.
No, it doesn't, and I actually know why. So they have what is called the grid system that they have, right? The inventory system that they do. If you have a giant ship and you have like 20 refineries and like 16 cargo containers, and it is all connected to each other, and there's very little block calculation that needs to go from point A to point B, it handles that just fine. But if you add about 200 conveyor tubes and stretch each thing out very widely, the game eats shit. The game can't process it, can't handle it, because it's too much extra work apparently for the game and the game engine. So the more inventory or the more traversable like that the inventory items can take, like a steel plate going through a system, the more blocks on your large grid, or even a small grid for that matter, the more blocks in the grid that it needs to travel just adds that many extra. It constantly calculates how many places and how many different routes that one block can go for literally no reason, when all it needs to do is check if it's attached to said conveyor. It calculates every single block in every single path that it can actually take, when it just needs to find one. It's so bad. Space Engineers is unoptimized spaghetti code.
Hey there, Lightning Dragon. Hello, Merle. Hello, Alt Pal. Hello, Nano. Hello, Spooky. Hello, Dunbrine. Hello, Kenku. Hello, Robert. Hello, Paradoxical. Yes, we are talking about Space Engineers right now. Kazu the Avali over is also streaming right now. Go check them out. They are doing
And
some
I hate
Avorion.
Space Engineers. I love the game. It doesn't love me back, and the devs don't love me back either. Avorion superiority, 100%.
Sorry, Nano. We were kind of already in a conversation, and I'm like, oh crap, I gotta get this started real fast.
Yeah.
By the way,
Yeah.
Zim, just so you know, I'm clicking through things. It does not have the entropist in here.
Well, hopefully I
Well,
can
thank you
add
for the
that manually. But it should at least have the base kineticist stuff, right?
It does have kineticist. It doesn't have the archetype that you want, though. Also, I don't think it has the correct... because you did, like, a... Did you do, like, a Beast Folk character creation, or which version of special character creation thing did you use?
The custom thing. I know it didn't have all the options there, but I'm figuring that I can probably add those manually.
Yeah.
But we'll worry about that a bit later.
Yep. I was just clicking through it, and I was just like more checking to see if it even had the third-party stuff you needed. I don't like how big it is, but whatever.
No worries, Paradoxical. If you guys do want some art, we've got, like I said, $33 for lined, $77 for colors, $55 for lined animation, $110 for color animation. You can see an example of that right over there, that little green spooky ghost thing. It's really adorable. Also, we've got YCH that just went live today over on FA. If you guys want in on that as well. There's only been one slot claimed so far. That's fair, Nano.
Yard.
What's up?
Oh, I'm just exploring some more sectors here in game, and these people really love their scrapyards. I think they have 6 or 7 within the same 25 radius. Yeah. They have like 5 scrapyards already, and I'm in the 6th one. There's probably 2 more over here. I'm gonna just warp to them just to make sure. But I'm pretty sure these people have a minimum of 7 scrapyards. And now I know where most of their economy is.
Here's the sheet that I use, by the way, just like what it looks like.
I've used Mythweaver before. It...
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, I like how this is like visually set up. I was just more like, yeah, why is it Why is all the things so big? It's rolling.
Giant resource asteroid. 27,000 trinium. This is probably giving me like 3 per second, right? Oh, 5. Okay, that's not too bad. Would much rather harvest.
Oh, nice, Paradox. I need to find a better way to note on those that there was narration with them. Hello there, Jits. What's the adventure? Well, right now we just got art going on. We're just kind of waiting for people to arrive, like Era there. Who should really get in voice?
Ah, shit. Pirates.
Kenku tipped $10. Hop, this jumpstarts stuff for your trip.
Thank you, Kenku. Thank you for that tip. Yeah, my family is dragging me to Ohio for a trip, and yeah. They paid for the plane ticket, at least. Even though there's comments I could have about that, but that's we're staying positive here.
I'm so sorry, you have to go back to Ohio.
I don't mind seeing my grandparents.
Grandparents are cool.
Also, I'm gonna pop in to say hi, so that helps.
Yes, I will see Taldarius there.
Nice.
Or I am confined to live in Ohio. They cannot risk me escaping containment.
Like Mariah Carey.
Hello?
Although,
Also,
to be
hi,
fair, it is Mariah Carey's time to defrost.
No, she is not allowed.
No, it's December. She can defrost. It's time. It be crimin.
All right.
It is after Thanksgiving. I say it is time. I am okay with it being the day after Thanksgiving, as long as it's not the day after Halloween, because that's BS.
Technically speaking, Spooky, it's more of a we're meeting halfway. Because I'm flying in, and Taldarius is going to pick me up from the airport. But he's got a 5-hour drive to get to said airport. And then he's going to drive me to my grandparents. But yeah, if anybody...
I turned on... Oh, good.
If anybody wants in on the YCH, there's the link to it. This is from Mirai. There's still 5 slots on it.
I turned on National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation main title.
Right, just as a heads up, I might be a little in and out. I'm experiencing some pretty bad vertigo.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
I hope you feel better.
That's fine. I just got another ear infection again, of course.
Uh-oh. I was
Also,
gonna say...
it's not really that long of a drive.
I was gonna say, isn't vertigo that thing where you look down and you get all really dizzy from high heights?
It's also dizziness just in general.
Oh.
I get it whenever I get an inner ear infection. I get really bad vertigo. I can't even
Aw.
walk sometimes.
Poor thing.
I'll be fine.
I do things. It's not. I mean, I guess it is technically a game, or for a game, anyways. But on the non-art screen is a character sheet thing for the Pathfinder character, which we'll be getting to. The plan here is getting Carcerus in here to do a recap of the adventure so far. We'll probably actually drop down to the other room so we don't disturb you, Kazu, unless you want to listen.
I don't mind the company. It's good.
Fair. It'll probably be Carcerus doing most of the talking during that. But yeah, so we'll have Carcerus do the recap of the adventure so far, and then Taldarius and I are going to work on my character sheet, and we've got Era here in case we need to bug him for anything as the game master, since he doesn't like storyteller.
We probably will, because there's a couple of things that I feel like you're probably going to want to consider that also requires probably his input.
I will do my best to be here.
Yeah, because there's one where it's like, oh, hey, would you like to have six things instead of 4 for your array? Because you could technically do that, but that would probably require, like, Era being here to weigh in on it.
You guys mentioned Pathfinder, and all I know is that funny robot guy from Titanfall 2. And I'm like, I know that's not the right Pathfinder, but good day, friends. I have derp brain today. Also, spooky. That's sus.
Pathfinder is definitely complex. I just personally like roleplay. That's my focus with it.
Spooky, hey yo. Spooky, you crazy. Did I just find a missile turret? Please tell me that's a missile turret and not a rocket turret.
This is the dankest dungeon.
Ido things tipped $5. Don't have much for commission or YCH, but figured I'd still tip Razim smile.
Aw, thank you, I do things. I really appreciate it. And I mean, it does get you a doodle. They can add up.
Ohio isn't bad, but it is. Ohio is terrible. There's a reason why people joke about Ohio being, like, Ohio.
I get to make a lot of jokes because I'm born Florida man and then was raised in Ohio.
Oh, God.
I am the most unholy mix. Born
Next
in
thing you're-
Florida, Ohio raised.
Next thing you're gonna tell me is that one of your parents are from Jersey or something, and it'll be like, oh dear God. The three states of the apocalypse.
No, but if it makes it worse, when I was born down in Florida, my parents were cocaine dealers.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Well, that's a revelation.
That's yeah, no comment.
Uh-oh. We seem to have lost Whiskers.
Whiskers a goner.
Looks
Wait,
like they
wait,
ran
what did I just
into a
find?
technical problem.
What did I just find? Hyperspace interrupter. Oh, didn't disable okay. Boo. I saw a purple item. I was like, yo. And then the game's like, haha, you thought it was gonna be good. It's actually a terrible item.
And the Whiskers is back.
I'm doing good, Led. Did BecoBot break again? I didn't even hear Preston talk.
Okay, so I guess we'll go and get started with the character stuff a little bit while we wait for Carcerus. So I've got 555 555544.
Yeah,
That's a crazy phone number.
55554421.
And I believe that the 2 and 1 are just tossed out.
I don't think it says that anywhere. Let me double check.
I mean, there's 8 of them, and there's 8 dice here, but only 6 stats, so...
Well, yeah, but you're not allowed to... It doesn't say that you only have to put one thing per one stat. It just gives a max and says you have to use the whole dice.
Oh, so the 2 and 1 can... Ah, I see here.
I'm back.
Cool.
Sorry about that.
Yep,
Oh,
no
well,
problem.
welcome back.
Okay, so yeah. Building your character, rolling stats start with 8 in each stat. Roll 8d6s. After the initial roll has been made, you may choose to do one of the following. You chose to reroll the array. Add d6s to ability scores, unless you chose point buy. You have to add the entirety of the die value, not part of it. Once the value has been used, the dice gets removed from the pool. You cannot perform any rerolls once you have begun. No stat can be above 20 initially, excluding your racial bonus. So, yeah, you add that 2 and that 1 doesn't get dropped. You just have the 2 and the 1.
Okay. So as a kineticist, Constitution is most important, so I'm putting a 5 and another 5 into it.
You might also want to throw that 2 in there, so that way you have a 20. Because you start at 8.
True.
So then that'd make it 20 even.
And then again, I'd have one that would be only 8 if I do that. I would rather have
but
some
that
more
would just
spread
be
out.
sad. Okay. There's not a difference between having an 8 and a 9. Really. Like, they're both still -1.
I'm gonna pick up the Kazu and put him in my lap.
Oh, okay.
Who is a good birdie?
Gua gua. I am.
Alright, so do you want to go up to 20 to start with, or are you going to just go up to 18?
I am debating.
Alright.
For sure, I know I'm gonna put 5, one of the 5s into strength, one of them into dexterity.
Okay, so real quick. Why do you want to have a good strength stat?
Carry more stuff?
Why not just try to get a bag of holding or something for that, because it has a constant weight?
Because they're starting at level 1 and probably won't be able to afford one for a while.
I mean, true, but like if you're putting in strength just because of carry weight, I'm just trying to think about.
But also the various skills that utilize strength to at least have a bonus to them. I don't like dumping stats.
Okay, yeah, but okay. You don't have class skills, I think, that use strength anyways.
This hamlet shall not fall.
Alex Archer _ aided my stream with 25 viewers.
Okay, well, hello there, Alex Archer. Welcome on in. I'm gonna switch playlists. But yes, hello there, Alex Archer. Thank you very much for that raid. Hello there, Cat Guy. Hello, Alex. Hello there, Werewolf Hero. Alex, would you like a regular shout out or a random clip from your channel brought up? But yeah, welcome on in, everybody. I am Razim. We do all sorts of things here. Right now, I've got Whiskers over there on the left, who is doing some art. They're doing one of my characters, but they are open for commissions. $33 for lined art, $55 for an animation that's lined.
I have my
70.
It's perfect.
Oh.
Perfect, right. The thing is, I almost forgot how was to say.
I'll let this play.
Oh, I forgot what I was. I really want to say something, but I forgot about the subs.
HQ.
How was it? But I don't know. In the meantime, Rex is having fun with me. Here we go. Test time. Okay. Do you want to test? What do you want to test? Are you sure? Are you sure? No, Rex. No. Hello. Are you here?
Which one? No, what is that?
Nice working.
Oh! Things happen.
Third time in a row. And we didn't start playing. Okay, you know I'm gonna play already.
Well, that was a thing. Hope you fixed whatever that was. But yeah, welcome in. We do all sorts of things. Right now I'm hanging out with Kazu the Avali, who is also streaming. Make sure you all go check them out.
What's up? Also, Zim, please, it's Kaz.
Kazu,
Kaz,
I am sorry. I will try to
you're
remember.
good. You're good.
Um,
You're not the only one. There's like 9 others.
Kazu. Got it. Maybe. Probably not. Anyways.
It's okay. You'll learn.
Yeah, we've got Whiskers over there who is taking our commissions. They are all open right now. I'm gonna be working on some Pathfinder stuff for a new campaign that we've got. That I'm gonna be joining in on this Saturday. We've got all sorts of campaigns that we do though for tabletop RPGs. We've got Pathfinder, World of Darkness. 3 Pokemon campaigns, a Digimon campaign. So do hit that follow button. Come join us again. We do also do a lot of regular video games. Lately, it's been some of Orion, a lot of Cosmoteer, City Skylines 2. And yeah, thank you so much for sharing your community with me again, Alex. I appreciate it a lot. Hope to see you again. Yeah. Where were we? Right. We were debating
discussing
stats.
Something
Okay.
about your strength stat.
Yeah, but so okay. For a kineticist, because you're an archetype of kineticist, but you're still primarily kineticist. When it comes to their stats, in order, they care about con, dex, then wisdom, and then everything else is whatever. Like, literally, so you need your con to be as high as possible because you're a con caster, and you want con to be high anyways because it dictates your HP, right?
Sure.
So it affects your damage, it affects your health, it sets your DCs for your talents and blasts, and it also sets how much burn you're able to use. Because it's based off of 3 plus your con modifier, is how many burn points you can go up to. So con needs to be nice and high. Dex is used for your AC, your reflex saves, and also for your form infusions. So you also want high dex because it's your primary defensive stat, because also you particularly are probably not going to wear much armor, but kineticist also is at best proficient with light armor, which also you want to use dex if you're a light armor user. So you're not going to use medium or heavier armor, so having a high dex is really good, and you don't need to have a high strength in order to like wear it. Charisma, you don't really use for just about anything. And same for intelligence. So, and when it comes to your class skills, you have acrobatics, which is dex, craft, which is int, heal, which is wisdom, intimidate, which is charisma, perception, which is wisdom, profession, which is wisdom, strength, which is stealth, which is dex, and use magic device, which is charisma. So you have no skills that use strength. Oh, also, sorry, because you're an entropist, you also gain knowledge planes, which is int. Like, you can go against this, but part of the reason that I'm here is to, like, help you make character, like, you know, because I know a lot about Pathfinder.
True.
So,
I guess we can dump strength.
Well, okay. I'm not saying that we have to. I just want to make sure that you are as knowledgeable as possible on what you're deciding to do. Because you have 3 stats that would probably matter more than strength, which is con, dex, and whiz. Because you obviously want con very high, you want a high dex, and you probably want to pick up some good whiz. Also, if you want to supplement with items. There's one thing that I'm thinking of. I just need to pull up the actual name.
Oh, Era, I'm the same way. I do not like dumping stats. It would make sense for him to not have a very high strength, but I guess 8 isn't too bad.
Yeah, but okay, so I'm trying to pull something up which might help you. If you also want to supplement it, you could definitely get away with putting like a +2 in it to make it 10, if you care, or you could put a +1 in it to make it 9, and then grab a Masterwork backpack, because then you treat your strength score as 1 higher, so it means you'd have a 10. If you put the +1 in it and then pick up a Masterwork backpack, which is 50 gold. So it would be 50 scales, but that could also, if you're worried about your carry weight, that can help you with, you know.
Well, I suppose there is also the consideration of no thumbs for actually working a backpack. I know most of my games when somebody plays this, but I haven't run it past Era here yet. They basically get a backpack that functions similar to, Skyrim, where you just look at the item, and if it's not attended by somebody, it just disappears into your bag, and then you can just reappear it in front of you, or equipped or something, but I'm guessing... I'm not sure if you're going to allow that or not, Era.
I don't have a problem with you using a backpack and handling items within a certain amount, because you do still have teeth.
True.
I usually don't restrict players that play feral characters too heavily on that front. But if you were to try to wield a weapon or something, that's a little bit different.
Oh, yeah.
So I
I'm
wouldn't
not
worry
planning
too
for
much
that.
about the whole not being able to use a backpack. I'm just going to say you can use a backpack.
So if you're worried about your carry weight, an easy way to supplement it would be with a Masterwork backpack to increase your effective strength score.
To be fair, 90% of his backpack is just going to be filled with food.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying that if this is one of your big worries about it, then, like, if the reason you want a higher strength is for carry weight, then we can use an item to help supplement that a little bit on the cheap.
Okay. Also, everybody, we're going to run Stream Raiders Dungeons mode today, but I'm probably not going to bring it up on screen every time. But it'll be running in the background, so place your troops for that.
But yeah, you won't be very restricted, considering that you are medium and you're going to have a backpack, so you'll probably at least have a strength score of 10 if you dump the 1 into strength with the backpack. So you'd be treated as like a standard human in terms of carry weight.
True, it could be flavored as a carry harness with a satchel on the chest. I like that idea. Alright, so... we'll put the 1 into strength then.
Yeah.
At least it's not
particularly
as dumped.
Also, one thing that might be fun for you that helps is that Masterwork backpacks have padded bands that strap along the chest to distribute its weight more evenly, so that also helps with, like, you know, the logistics of it.
I will currently put a 20 in Constitution. I may change that.
Alright. So
That
we've
gives
used
me
two...
another 5, 2 more 5s and both 4s.
2 more 5s and both 4s. Alright, so Dex, you're probably going to want to make your second highest stat and make it decently high.
I am refusing to dump any other stat than strength.
Okay, I'm saying that because you have 2 4s that you can put into, like, the other ones, but...
I
mean,
can
if
put
you
a
really-
5 into Dex, a 5 into Wisdom, and then the 2 4s into Int and Charisma.
Alright, if you really refuse to dump anything, then that would probably be best.
Well, Charisma is very important to him. He is Puppy Dog. He has to do the Puppy Dog eyes. They're not going to work if he's got a -1 in Charisma.
Alright, well, in that case, You're probably gonna get hit a lot, but at least you'll have con to not, like, fold over from it.
He's probably going to keep his distance the best he can anyways.
Well, yeah, but your dex also is how your touch AC is based. So, like, when things are casting ranged touch spells on you, you're not going to have a high touch AC.
Fair.
Or, like, if they have arrows or anything, you'll also probably... You're not going to have a high AC with this, is what I'm saying. You'll have probably decent reflex saves. You'll have a great fort save. But Kineticist gets good fort and ref saves, but has an awful will save. So, yeah, if you have a 20 in con, that'll be before your racial modifiers for stuff. But you'll at least start with, like, a +7 to fort. And when it comes to your saves, you can always spend scales to up them. If you're really worried about your saves, because you're going to have a trash will save. I'm just letting you know. That's one of the big weaknesses of a kineticist.
Well, I was thinking the racial ability modifiers would be con and dex, so I could put the 2 into wisdom, and then I would have a 15 wisdom, 15 dex, and 20 con.
Alright, so you're going with a 2 that are +2. What are you planning on making the -2 then?
The flexible one is just a +2 to any. To any
Oh,
2,
okay.
and no minuses.
Ah, okay.
Hi, Fitch.
I should probably...
Also, Fish Preferred, if you have any more questions about the game, feel free to ask me.
Another quick reminder to everybody that art commissions are open if anybody would like one. Also, I should update that command, actually.
So... Alright, so you were going to have your racials be plus dex plus whiz?
Plus dex plus con.
Plus con. 15, 22. Alright, so after racials, we're looking at 9, 15, 22, 12, 13, 12.
Hi, Merle.
Is that what you're at too?
What I was saying is I moved the 2 from con to wisdom. So then I'd have 9, 15, 20, 12, 15, 12.
Okay. Ah, that's what you... Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so... in terms of things... You're going to have Have you talked with Era about what your favorite class bonus is going to be? Or if you just have to choose between skill point or HP?
I have never really thought of that. So, I guess we could talk about that now. While I am petting the Kazu.
Gua gua.
If you want to take life easy on me, you would just choose between health point or skill point.
Kind of why I asked.
Well, you know, I mean, that's all well and good, but... This is Jason Asher sitting down to play Digifinder.
I'd have to sit down and do some research that I'm not capable of doing right now to come up with solutions for that question.
How are you doing?
If you want to make it easier on
what's up,
yourself, you
Cassio?
could just...
I was just asking Merle how they're doing. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. You are streaming. You get some priority here on
Yeah.
voice, so don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And what were you saying, Taldarius?
I was going to say, Era, if you just want to make it easier on yourself, you could always just, like, let him choose from the alternate favorite class bonuses that other races have.
Yeah, I
I'm
didn't
good,
even look
Merle.
at those yet, so let me get back to you on that one. Sorry.
Here, I'll make it a little bit easier on you, because I already had them up. I'll shoot them over to you.
A 2-minute refining process? Oh my lord. Are you kidding me? This is gonna take like 10 bajillion years. I don't have the time for I guess I have the time for that.
Alright.
This better be good. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to blow up the station out of anger.
You know what? I'm just gonna go the easy route, and it's a plus skill or HP.
I don't know, which one do you want to choose?
Probably skill.
Okay, because I just want to remind you that you have a trash skill list.
I can still add skill points to things that are not a class skill.
Well, yeah.
Is exploding a class skill? Because I would really be good at exploding.
For
Actually,
you, it
speaking
is.
of the skill list, did you already mark what skills are class skills, or?
No, I'm following this class or this character builder thing, so I haven't done that yet or gotten to that point yet.
All right.
Next step on their thing is traits.
Fair enough. All right. So for Pathfinder traits,
Are we getting traits?
yeah, we already asked him this. You get 2.
Okay. I definitely have no idea what to pick.
Yeah. Okay. So for how traits work, we start off with 2, and which is 5. We have 5 categories to choose from, basically, which is a basic trait, a campaign trait, a racial trait, a regional trait, or a religion trait. The reason that it's split up into these categories is because, like, for example, you can only have one regional trait. So, where do you want to focus first? Because there's basic, which is the combat, faith, magic, social. Campaign traits, which are generally tailored to a specific Pathfinder adventure path or things like that. But they also have some generic campaign hooks. There's racial traits, which I don't know if you're going to be able to pick any because they're generally keyed into certain races. Regional traits are keyed to the regions. You can pick one. And then religion traits. You just have to have a patron deity and some amount of religion in your background.
He does not have any religion in his background.
All right. You don't have to be a member of a class or a part of a specific, like, you don't have to have joined like a cloister. It's just,
He is a sentient feral African wild dog. His pack didn't really worship any deities or anything. Religion wasn't even a concept to them. The concept of religion itself is entirely new to them.
All right. So then you also probably won't choose any faith traits either. Probably. There's some that are more generic. All right. So, obviously, you're kind of magic-based, even if it's not, like, technically magic. You're a caster still. So, there are some things that I think would be pretty good for you. You already have Use Magic Device, so you don't need to get things like Dangerously Curious, which would give it to you as a class skill, because you already kind of have it.
Real quick. Whiskers, just for the sake of, at least I assume you're listening, for the sake of epilepsy kind of stuff, let's try to avoid the flashing light there. Otherwise, that's looking awesome. Maybe a fade to black or something instead of just the white light. Ah, perfect. Sorry, I was seeing that, so I was like... Okay, so where were we?
We're discussing traits. So you're a caster, so I'm gonna look through a couple of the different magic traits that you could select.
Okay.
Because even though you're not technically a magic user, you are a caster. Which is not a requirement, it's just that, like, it'll... Generally, they're pretty helpful to you.
I hope this part of this faction here is friendly and not a new hostile faction. Otherwise, I'm screwed, chat. And then I'll have to farm and grind a bunch of resources and kill pirates, and I don't want to have to do any of that.
I don't think that you'd qualify for Fey Protection, which gives protection from Fey. I don't think that would work well for you.
I'm just kind of looking at things.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just more bringing it up because I think it's funny that you could technically choose Fey.
That's okay, Led. Chat slow is perfectly fine.
Yeah, you got people here in voice to talk to.
Yeah. I'll be right back. My mom has asked me to take a look in our freezer and see if we have any burger patties left.
I want burger. So again, everybody, commissions are open. open. If you would like something, here's the details. Just let me know in the chat or Discord or Telegram. Just message me. Let me know if you would like something. Welcome back.
I'll be right back.
Hello there, Sir Hans Wolf.
Yep. Okay, so thinking about it, so I just reminded myself of a couple of traits that exist. Okay, sorry. There's a couple of ones that I think are just generally good, and then we can try and narrow it from there. One that I think is just generically good, especially if it just gets, like, reworded ever so slightly, is one that's called Indomitable Faith. Again, like, you could just rename it, but it does give you a +1 trait bonus on will saves.
Ooh,
So
that would definitely
it does. Yeah. You may want to ask, because I know that literally it says it multiple times in the rules to, like, you know, slightly customize things. So this could probably be something that you could talk with Air about customizing. But Indomitable Faith just gives +1 bonus on will saves. It's pretty good. I don't think we have to give you.
No. It's going all right, Sir Hans. How are you? Hello there, Werny. Just a reminder to everybody, the YCH is open. Werny, you in particular commented on the wrong post. So yours did not count, so you may want to get in there on the new one. But commissions are open from Whiskers here if you would like to get in.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Ah, Carcerus.
I apologize for being so late.
Ah, no worries. Well then, we can go ahead and switch over to having you do that thingamajig. The recap.
Thingamajig, recap-a-doo.
Also, do you stream?
I do not. I keep getting encouraged to, but
Okay.
I keep giving excuses.
Ah.
He refuses to, despite all the pushing.
But push it real good.
Just means I can support people who stream.
Fair enough. Well, I will let you do that recap in just a moment. We'll put the character creation on pause.
Enjoy your stay.
Alcaris, thank you very much for that follow. Welcome. We are going to do a recap shortly of the campaign so far for the recordings and such. And Call Suricia will be doing that. Or Key. Hi, Beerus.
Either or.
But yeah, real quick, just one more reminder, if anybody would like an art commission, they are safe for work only, but just message me on Discord or Telegram. here are the details for them. And yeah, we will we'll let Carcerus take over here. Go ahead when you are ready.
Alrighty then.
Just by the way, real quick, I wanted to point out this one thing. How would you feel about the trait of Keen Ear, which allows you to always take 10 on perception checks?
I like this.
Oh no, this trait is coming back.
If you don't want to allow it, just say that. I'm just pointing out things that he might like, because I also know that he hates inconsistency.
We could use some consistency at our level. Right then. Recallers of the Lost, Sessions 0 through 4, Summary Recap. The city of...
Aren't there 5 sessions?
Yeah, 0 through 4.
Oh, right. Yeah, carry on.
The city of Twilight, a realm perched delicately between the tangible and the ethereal, was not just another city. It was a haven, a midpoint between what was and what was not. In this unique city, a group of individuals united by a common purpose decided to embark on a noble journey. They applied to become a part of an esteemed organization known as the Recallers. This group wasn't just about preserving the city's tranquil existence. It was dedicated to a much grander vision. The Recallers were the city's heart and soul, its silent guardians. Their mission was multifaceted, yet profoundly impactful. They sought to enhance life within the twilight-laden streets, delving deep into the universe's secrets, and most importantly, they were the seekers of lost souls. These were not ordinary souls. They were those torn from the cycle of rebirth, wandering aimlessly in the limbo of existence. Were it not for the Recallers, such lost souls would be consigned to an oblivion of unmaking. This band of brave souls pledged to venture beyond the city's mystical borders. From the relative safety of Twilight, they reached out into realms unknown, where certainty faded and mysteries prevailed. Their quest was not just about salvaging wandering spirits, it was about offering them a new forever home, a place where they could find peace and a sense of belonging. But their aspirations extended beyond mere rescue. Their callers aimed to understand, and perhaps even mitigate, the very phenomena that led to the creation of these lost souls. It was a journey fraught with unknown dangers and uncharted territories, but the resolve was steadfast. A profound destiny that resonated deep within their souls. Each member of this group had been touched by the shadows of loss and longing, their own experiences molding them into beacons of empathy and determination. They saw their mission as a sacred duty, an opportunity to ensure that others would not wander the same forlorn paths they once did. They were driven not just by a sense of adventure, but by a deep-rooted desire to offer guidance and sanctuary. Or at least that was the intent. A quartet of not-so-unusual individuals is gathered in Sovereign's domain. Not so unusual for the city of Twilight. In any case, for souls of literally all kinds beyond imagination and dreaming gather there, lost from their home realms evermore. The four in question find themselves within one of the many governmental buildings, collectively applying to become what are known as Recallers, those brave and occasionally suicidally foolish few who travel the spheres beyond Twilight that they may protect and save souls from sharing their fate. Barring that, they are rescuers who safely bring lost and damaged souls into Twilight's sanctuary. The four fill out a collective as well as individualized applications, questions ranging from personal weaknesses and strengths to deep-seated fears, and even requesting an official name for the group before they can complete the application process. The four are as follows. Last Lost, the paladin, Dr. Gerhard Volt, the not angry scientist, Fret Signature, the foxfolk bard, and Shul Brinecoat, the cat shark yokai hunter. After completion of their application, Fret and Shul end up antagonizing Lost, who works as a town guard and a baker, over the nutritional validity of cup ramen. At some point, the fully suited Lost picks up both Fret and Shul, carrying them out of the building and into Twilight streets. Unwilling to allow his new companions to feed themselves on such, as he claimed, not food, Lost takes Fret, Shul, and Dr. Volt to his bakery, Echo's Kindness. Once there, Lost sets down the surprisingly cooperative pair by a table outside and enters his establishment to make them fresh bread. A few minutes pass, and through the front window, the trio see their companion begin working on freshly made baked goods, revealing to them that Lost is not a being of flesh, but a creature of shadowy smoke. When he's finished, Lost brings out a tray with fresh, buttery croissants, several jelly donuts, and 4 cinnamon rolls drizzled with icing. A week passes before the quartet, going under the team name Fragment Not Found, receive their acceptance letters. Souls in particular has a little note attached requesting it not be opened underwater. Each letter is also accompanied by a package of standard recolor equipment necessary to perform their duties on various worlds, as well as temporary badges. The Fragment 4 gather at Lost's Bakery to discuss their acceptance and read out their letter. As the document reads, they are required at the Recaller's head office in 5 days' time, back in the Sovereign's Domain District. An initial session to deal with all the sadly necessary bureaucracy. A handwritten note under the printed section of text calls out said session as a mere formality, signed by one Captain Arnold Untheim. Before the group parts ways, Lost reveals an extra item left in his care that had been delivered with his letter. A blue orb with a divot around its circumference and a button on one end. On observation, Dr. Gerhard Volt declares it to be a stasis orb, a useful invention made by the scientists in the academic districts. On the day of the session, Fragment Not Found, alternately called Foof, meet up once more at Echo's Kindness, briefly partaking in food provided by their de facto leader. They soon gear up and head out into Twilight's winding, non-Euclidean streets. In spite of Fret's career as a city guide, they still get lost for a short while before they make it to their destination. Entering into the Recaller headquarters, they get directed to the captain's office. Utilizing their temporary badges, Fragment have no issue taking a short jaunt down the hall, stopping at a door with Captain Unthein's name on a placard. The captain gruffly bids the 4 enter, and they see for the first time the captain of the Recallers and his second-in-command. Captain Arnold Untheim is an Ursine fellow, well-dressed and adorned with prestigious-looking armor. His second-in-command is a canid creature with an unsettlingly wide grin that, while friendly, manages to remain disturbing in demeanor. Once all 4 rookies are in the office, the captain relays his name, specifically asking they not shorten it to Arnie or the like. Stacks of paperwork are pulled out that are filled out and signed by each member of the team. These are then handed over to the grinning creature, who seems happy enough to organize the many sheafs of paperwork until they are told to go entertain themselves by their boss. With the nitty-gritty out of the way, Captain Untheim pulls out several books to help the group with their new duties. Specifically, a survival guide, a guide on handling lost souls, a guide to handle expenses, and a GTFO guide. Rummaging through his desk, the captain also provides the team with a few pamphlets to keep on their persons in case they actually do run into any lost souls. While Fragment Not Found organize their new texts among themselves, the captain rises from his desk and begins briefing them on a variety of rules, regulations, and dangers involved in the work of a recaller. As he speaks, he leads them out into the city proper. Through the rapid fire of information, the captain takes the time to ask if Foof have a home base picked out yet. Conferring amongst themselves, especially since their choice may require moving where some of them live, they decide on the Recaller's base situated in the whimsical wharves. Arnold, brings the team to what appears to be some sort of sailors' club. When they enter, the entire place falls quiet, everyone inside seeming to have been in the middle of a bar fight. The tension is broken when Shoal demands to know why they weren't invited, and one of the patrons reminds him that he was busy today with recaller business. Initial awkwardness out of the way, the captain introduces them to the head recaller of the area, a sharkfolk by the name of Tooth. Tooth refuses to speak with the captain about, making his job all the more difficult. This forces Captain Unthyme to point out several key features of the base, such as the mission board. Although the team isn't quite ready for that yet, they are missing a crucial party member. Leaving the Sailors Club, the captain calls for travel service to take him and Foof outside the city walls to the town of Edgeside. When they near the settlement situated near the farming fields of Curvetail Acres, Captain Unthyme shifts topics to the Cough, C-O-F-F. As most citizens of Twilight understand, Cough are sinuous, dragon-shaped beings of dark wood born from souls too fragmented to be saved. Cough serve many functions in the realm, among which is aiding recallers in traveling the spheres and void between to perform their duties. At Edgeside, the captain approaches a larger, older Cough that towers like a shadowy tree over the group, speaking with them briefly and sending them off. Upon the older Cough's return, they are accompanied by several smaller, younger Cough. Each of these spirits is presented to the team as a potential partner, each with their own quirks, strengths, and flaws. In the end, they decide upon a distractible Cough with a penchant for scouting and archaeology they name Dextrel. What better name for their new right hand? With their selection made, Fragment Not Found are brought back to their new home base to pick up their first mission. At least this time, they don't interrupt a bar fight on arrival. After a brief vote amongst themselves, the team picks a mission to scout out a strange world spotted by a scientist in one of the observatories. Now left mostly to their own devices, the team follow procedure and go to have a chat with the one who put forth the mission itself. The scientist in question is a bit eccentric, as many people seem to be in Twilight, but is curious about this world they've spotted on the edge of darkness. It appears to be made of a singular material, and the scientist requests information and samples be gathered. For science! A simple enough request, or so the team hopes. Except for a strange box that gets mentioned, the scientist was unable to scry upon. With the obligatory visit out of the way and coordinates for the world acquired, Fragment head out to the border town of Threshold to make their egress, though not without a few last-minute purchases of survival goods along the way. Threshold is a town occupied by new arrivals, Cough, city defenders, and what few children exist in Twilight. More sparsely built up than one might assume, given the number of people there. Making their way to the transferal station, the new recallers come upon a grumpy-looking gnome sitting behind a desk. In an almost beleaguered manner, he performs what he calls an obligatory prank, then has the team fill out some paperwork. Passes are issued, and soon the five find themselves at the gateway that leads out into the void between. Stepping out into the darkness of the unreal, Foof latch onto Dextrel in preparation for their first jump. The Cough launches into the void, bouncing off several crystal spheres before halting at their destination. A few of the team are left disoriented and a bit sickened by the experience, needing some time to collect themselves before they head in. The star around which their destination world orbits appears normal, but so close they can see the world really does look like it's made of one material. Rather than jump in knowing nothing, the team has Dextrel scout the world, settling themselves upon the sphere while they wait. Luckily for them, nothing foreboding comes lurking out of the shadows. They do, however, encounter some playful shades that take to mimicking the team's actions, at least until Fret casts some magic to get oriented, causing them to flee. It takes a while longer for Dextrel to return. The Cough cheerily relates that while there is no fauna to speak of, there's plenty of flora and fungi on the planet. although it took him so long because he was looking for the city the box was apparently sitting in. He found it. Taking hold of their cough, the team heads planet-side. The first thing they notice is the whole place kind of smells like the inside of a candy store. That and everything looks real but slightly off. Kind of uncanny valley, really. Getting their bearings, the team take note of the city in the distance, as well as several houses on the way there. They only take notice that Dextrel is wandering off to explore things because the cough warns them so. Shoal suggests using one of the houses as a forward base, while Fred tests how magic functions on the world. The foxfolk conjures a spark on a blade of grass, and while the spark manifests properly, the grass sort of melts. Crouching down, Fred notices the grass looks an awful lot like ribbon candy. When he notes this to his companions, Dr. Volt immediately begins taking samples, while Shoal just confirms his suspicions by leaning down and consuming a chunk of grass and dirt. Yep, even the dirt is a convection. Lost grumbles about this being a terrible first mission, if only because he's allergic to sugar. Although technically the team has completed their mission, and in record time, they decide to keep going, far too curious about the world and how it came to be candy. Heading to a nearby house, the team decides to do a bit more investigating before they head for the city. Already, Shoal is preparing to consume just about anything and everything. The building itself is rather nondescript, and still standing fairly sturdily for being entirely made of candy. There are a few broken furnishings scattered about, which Shoal promptly consumes like a cat-sharp-shaped vacuum, but otherwise not terribly much inside. Though the good doctor goes about testing to confirm that yes, everything really is some kind of confection. Since Fred doesn't want to sleep in a cake bed, he suggests they keep going. The team has plenty of daylight left after all, and Dextrel still needs to wait nearly an entire day before he has the power to take them back home. Lost, unfortunately, has to drag Shoal from the sugary abode by force. Not that the cat shark makes it easy when they go limp as a rag doll. Entering the city through an enormous gate, the team passes over a moat of soda and a slumping wall of fondant. Inside, they see towering structures whose grandiosity is reminiscent of Twilight. Buildings of all sizes and stability, made from jiggling flan to rock candy to crumbling peanut brittle. The most prominent of all is a great castle that the team gravitates towards. As the team rounds a corner, they very nearly wander into a field of strange droplets surrounding a fountain. One ray of frost and some experimentation later, the team finds these droplets like to suck in just about any object they can and not let go. Filing away this information for later, Fragment Not Found decides to skirt around the hazardous fountain, taking the long way around to the castle. Once there, they find their path mired by a fallen jello gate. Lost requests Shoal to eat a path through, causing the cat shark to snort indignantly. The leader should make up his mind. Does he want Shoal to eat things, or not? Since that will take a while, Fret and Dr. Volt decide to see what a candy shop in a candy world looks like. Spoilers. A candy shop, but everything is made of candy still. The pair return to see their leader watching Shoal jogging around to work off some of the sweets they've consumed, jiggling nearly as much as the jello they ate a path through. With a way through cleared, the team enters into a large courtyard, castle looming over them in a most imposing manner. Yet off to the side is the oddest thing in this little candy land, a box-like structure made of lead. They approach with caution, finding what would be a sturdy door, if not for many years of soda rain and who knows what else weighing upon it. Inside, the structure is dark, but otherwise untouched by the candification of the world at large. Shoal is disinterested for the moment, choosing to ravage the walls around the castle, peeling the chocolate coating away to reveal nougat inside, and not consuming the nougat. Such blasphemy. Volt, Fret, and Lost explore a bit deeper into the lead box, conversing amongst themselves that the source of the candification may be here. In reply, a weary voice urges them to come inside and to speak. Fret uses a bit of magic to light some torches on the walls as the three follow a hallway further in. The trio come across a large, uncomfortable-looking stone throne with some sort of pit fiend sat upon it. On each arm and leg is a shackle with a chain that trails off into the darkness of one of 4 other hallways. While Fret is friendly with the devil, Lost cautiously asks what happened here. Much to his surprise, the fiend seems happy to oblige in answering just about any and all questions. As they converse with the pit fiend, who as Fragment call him Whispers in lieu of his true name, they find out many things. Whispers was bound here by the civilization that once lived on this world with the help of celestials and daemons. Thus bound, he was used to grant a nearly limitless supply of wishes, although under heavy restrictions and rules. Rules that could be found in tomes elsewhere in the lead-walled prison. As for how everything became candy, a fool parent allowed their child to make a wish. Lost is unwilling to flat out free a devil of such power without some form of due process. Ever clever, Fret comes up with a great idea of using a wish to have Whispers cooperate upon being freed, specifically to be contained in the stasis orb the team has in their possession. Seeing this as an acceptable choice, especially since it means they can slay daemons in the process, Lost explores elsewhere. He finds that down each hall the chains go to is a stake surrounded by magic seals ranging in power from mundane to powerfully infernal. It is also during this time that Dr. Volt peruses the many volumes in the archive room of the prison bunker for the kinds of rules Whisper abides by. Fret, meanwhile, makes nice with the devil and is particularly friendly, offering things like tea and incense to the fiend to make them a bit more comfortable. Lost also finds a door, which ends up leading to a closet with supplies and several royal seals, which are taken for when the team needs to make their wish. Shoal is retrieved from their gremlin-level sugar rush mischief outside, so they might participate in dealing with the seals. Choosing one of the 4 rooms, the team slowly and carefully begin to chip away at the runes that make up each magic circle. They're caught in several waves of backlash, though they can hear Whispers in pain back in the throne room. By the time they reach the 9th and final seal, they hesitate, only for Whispers to pull on the chains and undo the seal himself. The stake is pulled free and a demonic imp manifests, looking starved as it begins to flee towards the throne room. In short order, Fragment Not Found put down the daemon, freeing one of Whisper's hands and granting him a bit of relief from his very long imprisonment. Although the fight was brief, the team had suffered enough from the backlash of removing seals that Shoal had to wish for Whispers to heal them. More importantly, however, is that when their battle is over, the 4 recallers each have a small number of seals, the currency of Twilight, manifest before them right in view of the pit fiend. The team decides to rest, although Lost refuses to do so in the bunker since Whispers is there. Rather, he is choosing to avoid revealing Dextral's existence to the devil. So he goes outside and calls the cough for an update. Back inside, Fret and Volt continue to make nice with Whispers, who tries to question Volt about the seals, stasis orb, and several other things. The Doctor, however, is good about not answering anything particularly sensitive, which is most things. It's during this questioning that Fret slips out of the bunker to look for something for Whispers to turn into water so he can make some tea. Outside, he finds Lost talking with Dextral, who has been informing the team leader that what he has gleaned about the history of this world. It's not a pretty picture, as Dex seems to believe the civilization here killed their gods by binding a powerful, wish-granting entity to their whim. This is combined with information Whispers provided earlier, saying the civilization wished themselves to another habitable world. So now they have to worry about a very powerful and unscrupulous culture somewhere among the spheres. Great! Lost sends Fred off with Dextral to find Liquid when the Foxfolk comes out of the bunker, taking the time to calm his own nerves. At least as much as he can while suffering the equivalent of hay fever. Although when the pair return with a barrel of collected soda rain, he chooses to bring it into the bunker rather than allow the cough to expose themselves to the devil inside, thus sending Dex off again. After taking a rest to recover their strength and magics, Fragment Not Found set to work figuring out a good way to deal with the remaining seal rooms. Fret has the brilliant idea to take some cleaning implements and wish them into being able to break seals. They need 3 cleaning tools, one for each type of seal: mortal, celestial, and infernal. Since there's only a broom and a mop available, a chair leg is broken off and wished into rake form. Thusly armed with the power to sweep, mop, and rake up the runes of the various seals, Foof gets to work. The remaining 3 seals and their imps are dealt with, and Whispers is finally freed. With their end of things completed, the Pit Fiend is made to enter the stasis orb to be safely transported back to Twilight. He complies, for a few moments before leaving the orb of his own volition. Whispers is incredibly powerful, so while it's not exactly a surprise he could free himself, it does unnerve the group. Lost in particular calls Dextrol so they can leave, fighting off a panic attack, and failing at it. When the team returns to Twilight with Whispers, this triggers some sort of alarm, and all eyes are not only on the group, but also the Pit Fiend. In spite of this, Whispers is rather amiable, and grants Fragment a single favor to be repaid at any time they wish. The only stipulation being that they should make it an interesting favor. Then they leave the rookie recallers to go turn in their mission and give a debriefing as to why they just tripped some big alarms. Making their way to the transferal station, the team meets the gnome from before. He double-checks that they are the only entities coming through,
Hold the line.
and asks they do not
This
whatever
hamlet
it...
shall not fall.
Sorry, one moment.
Zorkikijiro raided my stream with 2 viewers.
Zorkit, thank you so much for that raid. Welcome in. I hope you had a good stream. You just came into the middle of a little story recap. No worries on that interruption. Thanks so much for sharing your community. I will be in the chat, but thank ya. Go ahead, Carcerus.
No worries, I'll start that paragraph again from the beginning. Making their way to the transferal station, the team meets the gnome from before. He double-checks that they are the only entities coming through, then asks they not do whatever it is that tripped the alarms again. Once signed in, the team of 5 enters Threshold proper, and finds all the cough guards are still staring at them. Nervous, Dextrol quickly excuses themselves to go off and do cough things. Before the noodly creature could leave, however, Lost makes sure they'll answer promptly if needed at the team's debriefing. Once Dex has left, Lost makes sure the rest of his teammates know they don't have to follow him through the debriefing if they don't want to. As the leader, he is more than willing to shoulder the blame for what has happened. Volt, Fret, and Shoal refuse to leave their companion in the dust, following him back to their home base at the wharves. As much as they may have expected being in trouble, when they report to Commander Tooth, he seems downright cheery. Having the team complete yet more paperwork, they get sent off to meet Captain Untheim for their debriefing. One quick trip back to the head office, this time without getting lost in the streets, and Foof are back in front of the captain. The Earthsign fellow takes the team's paperwork and spends a fair amount of time going through it all. When he's finished, Untheim informs the Fragment 4 that mishaps and tough decisions are expected on training missions. He does, however, regret that his more experienced recaller teams that scouted the world did not uncover the existence of the Archfiend in prison there. The captain is going to own up to the faux pas, though warns the team that making such mistakes as leading an Archfiend to Twilight when they are more experienced will result in appropriate punishment. The group is soon dismissed, though Lost lingers behind briefly, providing the captain with information regarding Whispers and the favor owed to the team. All that Untheim asks of Lost, and the team as a whole, is to not act stupidly. As Lost leaves the head office to catch up with his allies, he feels a great weight lift from his shoulders. The patience and understanding of the team's superiors doing wonders for his anxiety. The team heads back to the bakery to relax and have an after-mission snack. There, they find a pair of flyers, one of which Lost is quick to crumple up and toss into the oven. The other flyer is a reminder of a holiday festival taking place in a few days, which Lost is requested to bake an amount of goods for as a local business owner. While their leader bakes a peach cobbler for his teammates, Fred and Shoal decide to partake in the festival before they head out on another mission. While a few of Fragment are just fine trying to go out again immediately on a mission, they agree that taking some downtime and recovering are a good idea. Fred also asks the others if they're supposed to build the recallers for alchemics and consumables used during a mission. Lucky for him, Lost knows his way around such paperwork from working with the Twilight City Defenders. The Festival of the Longest Shadow is a celebration spanning several streets. Vendor stalls and festival games dot the celebration's expanse. 3 out of 4 team members are partaking or working in the festival, though Dr. Volt in particular has contented himself with working on his science at home. Fred adds to the chaos of the festival by playing with street performers. Shoal peruses the carnival games and indulges in eating contests. When he gets a moment, Lost also attempts to indulge a little, but fails to get anywhere near as far as the cat shark when it comes to eating. Once the festivities draw to a close, or at least calm down somewhat, the trio go to retrieve their 4th team member. The reason being, they want to check in with the scientist that posted their first mission. While the scientist is largely unchanged in demeanor, they get very excited when Dr. Volt provides samples they took from the candy world. Leaving the pleased scientist to his rambling, Fragment returns to their home base to attempt another training mission. Tooth is behind the bar, pretending to work when Foof arrives, the team making a beeline for the mission board. This time, they select a mission that would take them to a submerged city on a world that wasn't always covered in water. Rather than sending them to the client, Tooth gives the team their mission briefing. Fragment's objectives are to explore the submerged city and find any lost souls that may reside there. Fred brings up a rather understandable question of how much breathing will matter for recallers on a material world. Shoal, of course, will have no problem given their amphibious nature. Everyone else, even Lost, needs to breathe though. Commander Tooth has a solution, providing the non-water breathers with rental rings that will allow them to breathe even submerged. The commander also makes a few suggestions on items to buy to prepare for a waterworld trip. He also gives Fred a horn, since the foxfolk needs an instrument that works in water. Also a rental. All necessary expenses to be invoiced later, of course. When Fragment Not Found are ready, they head to Threshold, calling Dextrol back to their side. The cough is a little miffed they're going to a water world, citing that their bark will flake from getting soaked. Fret, always prepared with something, uses some alchemical grease to quell that worry, even if Dex is wiggly and grumbly throughout the application. The team meets the transfer station gnome again, though this time Fret manages to trick them out of a party popper. Just as before, the team step out into the unreal and bind themselves to Dextrol for the ride. This time, their destination is far enough away that it will take 2 jumps to get there. Unfortunately for Fret and Lost, they suffer the worst of the jump sickness, or whatever the official term may be. Since Dex is exhausted after the first jump, Fragment make camp to rest upon the surface of a crystal sphere. This one showing only a single, lonely star within its dark void. While nothing happens in the Great Shadow, everything is eerily, disturbingly silent. Once everyone has taken their watches and had their rest, they get ready to jump again. Dexter rose up onto his feet, letting the team latch on again before they spring back out into the void between, ping-ponging between spheres until they finally reach the sphere their mission is on. This time, everyone suffers from nausea when the ride is over. Once composure is gathered, Dextrol is sent into the sphere to seek the largest submerged city. Given the Koth's proclivity with taking their time, the team flop against the surface of the sphere to ride out the jump sickness and rest. Unsurprisingly, Shoal feels quite at home near this sphere, peering into it at the flora and fauna within. While they wait, the team sets up camp and watches. As Shoal and Fret take the first 2 shifts, they notice a deep, unnatural chill manifesting in the area. Soon it is accompanied by a breeze upon which a haunting tune travels. Fret wakes his companions with his sitar, but only he and Shoal can hear the chanting at first. Such phenomena are strange, unnatural even to the realm of shadow, and of great cause for concern. Fret strikes a sunrod, holding it aloft to reveal the source of the phenomena. A great rift of space-time twisting in upon itself, bulging, roiling as something begins to push through. Shoal's instincts scream at him, and, shaken, he says that they should leave immediately. All of Fragment prepares for a threat, moving away from the rift as something terrible emerges. A cloaked figure whose face is cast in a deep darkness, lanky and tall, bearing a cruel blade like a segmented metal spine. With eyeless hollows, the entity gazes upon Fragment. It tells them that they do not belong, that they were supposed to be deleted for a reason. Lost and Volt refuse to accept this answer and attack, finding it difficult to land a blow upon the cloaked figure. Shoal slinks about in the darkness, seeking a good angle to strike from, even as Fret uses their telepathic bond to beg Shoal to call in the Archfiend's favor. Even now, the team is waiting on Dextrol to heed their leader's call for evacuation, knowing it may take a while. Dr. Volt tries to reason with the creature, ask it questions, and get it to reveal its purpose and reason for confidence. Rather, the entity ignores these queries and seems to cast a spell that marks all of Fragment as its prey. In the same stride, it appears before Lost, lazily swinging its strange weapon. The lack of energy behind the swing causes it to fail, but gives everyone a good look as it manages to damage the surface of the sphere. No small feat, even by the standards of Twilight's people. Shoal pounces at the creature, but their claws and fangs seem to slide through its cloak and body, leaving behind trails of strange, shimmering thread. Volt tells his allies to get some distance, but Lost refuses to back away, intending to buy the others time to retreat with his sword and shield. A choice he would regret as the segmented blade passed through him, cutting at his very essence. Gleaming threads of existence trailing out of an invisible wound from the armored recaller. Seeing an opportunity, Fret sets the threads alight, creating an unnatural blaze in the darkness. So close now, Lost is given a good look at the team's terrifying new foe. It is a being of thread, hollow holes for 2 eyes and a grinning mouth. When the fire seems to have no effect, Shoal finally calls upon Whiskers by their true name. The Archfiend appears in no time, putting a stop to the thread creature's hunt, for now. Though judging by the conversation they have, not to mention the fact Whiskers himself is unnerved by the hunter, it will not be gone terribly long. Once the entity, a thing that Lost decides to call an unraveler, leaves through its rift, Whiskers summons Dextrol back with some magic. Moments later, bringing the entirety of the team back to the gateway of Threshold. While this sets off the alarm again, Whiskers is quick to excuse themselves, although not before explaining to the team that the Unravelers are a number of entities that go around fixing things they don't like about the multiverse, keeping its inherency intact. Beings made from what were once grander concepts, similar to the devils, or so he says. Their favor repaid, the team is ushered out of the gateway by 2 large cough. The walk back to the city is quiet, but the sinuous escorts try to reassure the group that they aren't in trouble. Rather than being taken to their home base or Recaller headquarters, the group are instead taken directly to the castle, to the home of the erstwhile ruler of Twilight, Erebane. They do not meet up with Erebane, but rather are taken to a side room where Captain Untheim is being yelled at by several individuals. In short order, the people yelling leave, putting Fragment in the captain's care. The captain informs the rookie recallers that they have been marked and should consider retirement. No matter where they go or what they do, they will be found by an Unraveler again. While they travel slowly, they are something of an inevitability, it seems. While dragging one into the material world might heighten the team's chances of survival, if they are caught out in the shadow again, they may not survive. Lost tries to ask after Erebane, his paladin patron, but is firmly told that he can search for them after he has taken the time to recover. Dr. Volt brings up the possibility for obtaining a different cough, so that they won't have one that responds in such a delayed manner. While this is an option, the captain suggests having Dextrol undergo training to respond to a specific keyword to be used in an emergency. However, if they do change to another cough, it will be a mark on Dex's record. Lost refuses to do that to Dextrol, the team having known there might be risks given Dex's personality. Understanding this, Captain Untheim warns the team not to abuse the emergency keyword, as that will result in slower response times anyway. On the subject of retirement, none of the team wish to retire so early in their career. While the Unravelers are a frightening prospect, they knew what they were signing up for when they became Recallers, dangerous job that it is. This is what they want to do, and they are unwilling to be cowed so easily. For now, Fragment Not Found are being put on forced rest leave until they recover. At least by then, they will have their official badges and be capable of taking on more than just training missions. And that is the story thus far.
Very well done. Very well done. Oh, hi, Vari. You just missed the entire thing.
Well, he plays in the game, so
Well,
he
fair,
was
but-
there for the whole thing.
You still missed epic recap time.
Yeah.
Okay, there's recordings.
I feel bad for the occasional stumble, but I word salad on the normal recap, so this was way better than my usual.
I was about to say, you word saladed like 1/1000th less than that when I try to read my thing.
It was fantastically done. Truly.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Pretty well done.
I definitely see why you are the one that does the recaps every session.
Yep.
Aw.
Time for Fred
I
recap
left-
to make up for missing it.
Oh no.
I left for like a restroom break for like 20 minutes. I came back and they were still going. I was like, how long of a recap?
11
We
and a
had-
half pages.
Yeah,
Uh,
we had 5 pages to cover, or 5 sessions to cover. My sessions last around 4 hours.
oh, goodness gracious.
5
wanna
hours,
know-
actually.
I was gonna be like, did we watch the Bill Wirtz History of the Entire World? I guess between the between me being gone.
Oh, okay, look, that was not bad. I went on a 35-minute rant that had more words than that, and that was just a recap.
Yeah, so the regular notes are up to 47 pages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been trying to push Key to take the notes that he writes for our games and publish a book as well, because how many pages was the last game? Because I know it was 63 sessions.
Give me 2 seconds, I'll find it.
Or is it 70 something? I'd have to go look at the YouTube. It was a
61 sessions exactly. I looked it up before.
yep. Okay,
Alright.
61.
Alright, we'll start getting it published.
Oh no.
I know a guy.
Let's see. Oh no. Let's see here. Oh, that number is going up.
Also, Era, I have sent Whiskers the music, the song.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Yes, he knows exactly what he's drawing this art for. And it'll be animated. I know you wanted Era with the guitar first, but, well,
I need money for that.
yeah. So, and they needed something to work on today.
also it looks wonderful so far. And last game was just short of 700 pages at 693.
Yeah, we can get that published.
It would have to be converted into story format.
Well, get to it.
I didn't intend to become a publisher, a writer when I grew up, but I guess this is my fate now.
Well, maybe instead you can just convert the notes for this session to a story format, and that way you can just, add to the story with each session.
I could, but also spoons.
Well, yeah, it'll be more spread out if you start doing it now, instead of having 700 pages to go through and convert to story format. You just have 11 pages. Like, you've already got to start right now. It's right there.
But it lacks dialogue.
So?
Internal screaming intensifies.
Yay, I'm not being put on the spot right now.
Oh no, I really am lost right now. Internal screaming intensifies.
By the way, what name do you want on your talkie icon? Is it both of them, or did you want one or the other?
It is both of them. Explanation being that in Last Lost language, they are conflated into one word, and there's also a secondary reason why it needs to be both.
Oh, I just needed to know if it was both or one or the other, and yeah, we can do both. Both is good.
Okie dokie. It does not matter which you refer to him by. Either is fine.
I will refer to him as Treat Guy. He's
This
the
is
baker,
okay.
right?
Yep, he's the baker.
Yep.
Yeah. He will be Treat
I'm-
Guy.
I'm the only one who owns a legitimate business in the city, and it is a bakery, and it is one of the few things that helps curb his anxiety.
Paint will be his mascot. That is Paint's job.
I have no idea how Paint is going to be introduced. I don't even really know who Paint is or what Paint is.
Perfect.
But yeah, I keep imagining Paint being presented to the team or whatever, and Lost is like, okay, do they have a home? And then just bringing Paint home.
Oh, don't worry, we'll get there. I've got a whole thing planned.
I don't think it's come up quite yet, but Lost has done a lot of stuff and does a lot of stuff. He's got a workaholic problem.
Oh, by the way, I assess your characters and I give everybody a flaw, and usually a boon to go with that flaw. So just so you're aware, at some point in time after I know enough about your character, I'm just going to come to you and be like, hey, Paint has this. Have fun.
Sounds good to me. Alright, let's move away from the tavern mellow music that I've been playing and back to No Life Radio.
Also, thank you, Key. Sorry I was not much help writing it except for that intro paragraph that I did not totally make a AI rewrite my English into English. I actually wanted Rygon to read that intro part because I thought it'd be funny to have him use his epic narrator voice.
I personally think Carsters did a fantastic job.
He always does.
If there's another voice that I want to learn, it'll be the narrator for the Star Wars: The Clone Wars, the animated show.
Oh, yes.
Turmoil on Ryloth, and just like do that voice and narrate whatever the heck goes on, because it's such a good action narrator voice. It's so good.
Yeah, I was about to say the only voice that I'm tempted to learn how to do is the voice from Starship Troopers.
Oh my god, yes.
I kind of want to
That's
learn
the one that I
Kem's
want.
though. I want to learn the narrator voice from the Powerpuff Girls.
That's another one.
And so, the day is saved, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls.
Dun dun da 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 da.
Ba, 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 ba. Good news, the vertigo's gone.
Awesome.
Nice.
Bad news, it's probably actually food poisoning.
Oh, right.
No.
That is
Oh,
bad
you
news.
too?
Yeah, those times I was BRBing, I was running to the bathroom for a reason, but now that there's nothing left inside of me, I'm perfectly fine. So yay. It's fine, Vari.
Oh, right. I just briefly scrolled through some of the session names, and I just remembered. Oh yeah, we took a one-shot thing I did for that game and added it in.
Yeah. Because I followed up your story with another story.
I remember back when I used to write short stories for games that I was in. And then I ended up writing like 50-page like novellas, and then I'm like, I need to stop. This is getting out of hand.
I'll motion to the setting dock and say once again that I did 30 of those pages in 1 week, and I could not stop myself until I physically made myself stop.
Yeah, that's also why I stopped writing short stories for games that I was in, because it was legitimately getting so out of hand, and it just needed to stop. So I had to ban myself from doing it.
Yeah, I may have sent Kerr 3 or 4 short stories already. I've kept them to less than 10 pages.
Nice, Vari. Also, a reminder to everybody, art commissions are open. There are the details in the chat.
Also, Lid, it's not hard to be good at this game. It's just very time-consuming. If you want to argue about what this game really is, this is just a Microsoft spreadsheet that's an RTS in a way.
But what happens if you take it and you quantify it in an Excel spreadsheet?
I don't know. You tell me.
I honestly don't even know what you're playing right now.
With Orion.
Never played it, I have no idea.
Ver was in my chat, memeing about it being Space Engineers, it being Hard Space Shipbreaker, Elite Dangerous, if it's a space-related game. EVE Online, of course, was one of them they were joking about.
I mean, to be fair, Hard Space Shipbreaker is a fantastic game.
You want to know what might actually be a good trait for you? Because I was thinking about it. If you don't want to go with the basically having passive perception. There's also Survivor, which gives you a +1 bonus to initiative and sense motive checks, and sense motive is a class skill.
One sec.
So Led, I was very quiet because they were doing a D&D recap of like the last, I think, what you guys say, like 5 sessions?
Yeah.
Yeah, which was basically the entire B-movie script. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I'm joking. But I wanted to respect that they already had previous plans, so I didn't want to like talk over that. Worst case scenario, if I didn't want to be talking over that, I could have just hit my mute hotkey and talk over them on my end, but I felt like some people lurking might be interested in hearing about the D&D story.
Pathfinder, but yes.
Pathfinder.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So, okay. Run that by me again, Taldarius. What you had said.
So there's another trait. It's called Survivor, and I thought that you might like it because I know you like having sense motive, and it's not a class skill for you right now. And if you pick Survivor as a trait, it gives a +1 bonus to your initiative and your sense motive checks, and it makes sense motive a class skill.
I like that idea. I know there was the one that gives a +1 to will, and what was the other one that you were suggesting?
The other one gives you passive perception. It means you're able to take 10 whenever.
Somebody had it in my last game.
I will say with Paint in particular, he's got scent. So he just automatically knows if somebody's come within 30 feet of him anyways. So I definitely think the passive perception could be useful. I don't know, is there anybody good at sensing motives, Carcerus? Or Vera?
I mean, I have a point in it, but it's only a total of +4.
I think he's going to be the one that's going to end up with that as it stands currently. So, not necessarily too many people. I don't think any of the other players do. Furry, nobody else does, or you don't, right, Furry? Yeah, I thought he was bad. Fret's bad at it. I don't think Shoal cares. Dr. Volt is Dr. Volt.
Well, with Paint's background, I could definitely see him having learned that quickly.
Better to figure it out now than later?
Yeah.
Or maybe it was later.
Well, now it's later, yeah. A little late, but at least he knows it now. So yeah, we'll go with that.
Better late than never.
Oh, good.
That's a good comic. I mean, what?
I was gonna say, oh good, I don't have to start dumping stat points into wisdom.
Hey, Soft, how's it going?
So yeah, I guess the will save one and the... Actually, I'm leaning towards the passive perception one anyways. The passive perception and the sense motive one. And yeah, that's looking great. Okay.
All right, so you're picking up Survivor as well.
Okay, which one? Which category is the Survivor one under?
Survivor is a regional because it's a backstory thing.
Oh my god, there are so many things that apparently have Survivor in them.
Yeah, there's a lot. It's literally just called Survivor, though.
Also, just out of curiosity, could someone explain me the difference between Pathfinder and like D&D?
Pathfinder is when a bunch of people disagreed with the direction that official D&D was moving and forked it off of 3.5.
Oh, okay, that makes sense then.
Pathfinder is also better at handling and at broking nonsense, and to a slight degree, kind of encourages it.
Praise the sub.
Lightning Dragon 10065 just resubscribed for 44 months. Fabupo Tappy's 31 months of this notification being out of sync. Fabupo flop.
Lightning Dragon, thank you so much for that resub and your 44 months of support. Also, for some reason, Survivor at a period is not listed here.
Yeah, home traits, regional traits, Survivor. It's just called Survivor.
Oh boy. Maybe I should use a different character creator, but I really like this one because it pulls from the SRD.
Yeah. I'll send you the SRD page.
Yeah, please do.
So there's Survivor. And here's Keen Ear. One's a regional, one's a social.
It doesn't have that one in here either. What the hell? This path companion...
Also, wait, Jit. Oh, sorry.
Oh, this path companion thing is very much missing a lot of stuff.
Yeah. That's why I like the ones where it's really tiny, but I have to do everything manually because half the time I end up having to do everything manually anyways.
I just use editable PDFs for a reason.
Yeah, that's what I do. I use the Mythweaver PDF shit. It has a little bit of autofill, and then everything else is manual. Also, Jits, I just scrolled up a little bit and saw that you mentioned me and fiction. I don't like. What do you want to? What was that in reference to?
Here, really quickly, Beerus is going to bed, so good night, Beerus. Sleep well.
Good night, Beerus.
Night, Beerus.
Gotta melt the moth into a puddle.
Oh.
Gotta melt these ships down for some resources.
It might go under Survivor on the SRD, but it might have a different name in the official archive.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, let me check the archive.
Oh, the forest puppy's here.
Because it might have a name that's, like, lore specific, which would be why it would be called something else in the SRD.
Archives of Nethys. There's a lot of stuff called Survivor in the archives.
What's the bonus it gives again?
It's a trait, regional, and it gives a +1 trait bonus to initiative and sense motive checks, and it makes sense motive a class skill. So I went, and
It's not third party, is it?
it's on the SRD. It doesn't have a third party link.
Let's
It's yeah, like the path you get to it is home traits, regional traits, Survivor, Pathfinder companion. Copyright Kaiser Publishing.
This.
Okay, is it Narrow's Survivor?
I command pure chaos! Kinda.
Jimmond
'cause that
underscore
says you
has
get-
turned Zim into a herpine crobat. They can only
no.
talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Because Narrow Survivor, which
Yeah,
is
no
where-
survivor has the exact same effect.
Yeah, you gain a +1 trait bonus to initiative and sense motive checks, since motive is always a class skill for you. I think the reason that it got changed is because the Narrows is a specific thing.
Okay, I see it now.
Well, on the plus side, also I returned that card. And yeah, very sorry. Only I have links disabled. But yeah, no cards right now, just because we are working on stuff. So I don't really want the things interrupting that too much, guys. Also, at least they have the kineticist info here.
Yep. However, a lot of that has been changed because you are an archetype that literally changes stuff, so only about half of it is correct. But yeah, so apparently Narrow's Survivor is the same effect, it just goes by a different name.
Okay. Give me a moment. It looks
Either
like
way.
I need... Kaz, you are cute.
Ah.
Apparently, I need to get a new token for the Marten bot. One sec, guys.
I'm gonna be right back here.
Okay.
Damn, that was a long 2 minutes. Also, hi, Lightning Dragon. Sorry I couldn't say hi earlier. Good to see you, my friend.
Well, Air is away and Sim is grabbing a token. Did anyone have any questions?
Quest? I heard quest. You got a quest?
Questions, Celia Valley.
No, I'm good.
Yes, you are.
My
You are good at Valley.
Heck. My brain kind of like turned off 85% of what you were saying outside of me being AFK for a bit. Because at first you guys were talking about like character stats or something. With like a bunch of numbers and whatever it means to not want to drop or whatever a certain stat, dump a stat, and I was like, my brain was trying to wrap my head around what that term meant, and I just kind of like got a little overstimulated and just kind of tuned everything out until until you were done. If there's a Cliff Notes version of the lore so far, a TLDR of like just 5 lines.
Oh, for the 5 sessions?
Yeah.
Session 0 is the team gets together. Session 1 is team gets together more and gets their first mission.
I was gonna say we could just make the volley watch my YouTube channel.
I mean, they could, but I don't know how much time, energy, and attention span they have.
My attention span is goldfish.
That's okay.
You can watch it 30 seconds at a time. It's okay.
Hey,
Session
X
clip
is
of the
you.
video.
Just thought you should know that Jafarashek thinks
Yuck.
you're cute.
Oh,
Wait. Hold on, I think my pop-out chat for... Aw. Thank you, Jaffer. Jaffer's great.
Jaffer is a good bean.
Okay. So I have added the narrow survivor one. What is the keen whatever thing?
It's called Keen Ear, but I'm searching through the archives. Because apparently me banning myself from the archives only lasts as long as it takes for me to need to grab something from the archives again. Because remember how I said originally, like, I was using the archives to grab up stuff, and then everyone else was looking at the SRD? Yeah, so it's because there's actually some differences, and we're running into those differences. And I think that thing is going off of archive names and stuff instead of SRD. Like, website-wise.
Yeah, and the whole reason the SRD does not use certain names is because they're official Paizo lore things, so they're not allowed to use those. But they are allowed to have the thing if just altered so the official lore things are not in there.
Alright. So,
Go for it.
it's
Saj.
called Whiskrani Ear. I'll just send you how to fucking... Here's what it's called on the archive. See if that's in there.
But yeah, to give cliff notes to Casio real quick. Session 2, the session name is called The Sweetest Torture. We go to Candyland. Session 3 is we meet a wish-granting devil in Candyland, and then go home. Session 4 is we end up having to use that devil's favor so we don't get unexisted.
Whiskrani ear was there.
Yep, okay, so it looks like that thing does have some stuff, but it goes off of archives, not SRD.
Also, do you like what I chose for his deity era?
Oh, dear goodness.
What?
Okay. Yes, I do.
How do I make stream bigger so I can read?
He put it as treats, I think.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
I don't even have the stream up right now. That's just what I'm assuming he put it as.
Well, that is what I put. Alright.
I'll just keep this tabbed.
Yes, there was a devil in Candyland.
So, what options are
Devil's
there?
name Cotton.
I see that kinetic healer is under Aether. Oh, it's also underwater. Okay, so I will have access to that.
So, one of the most important decisions that you have to make is you have access to a couple of things that you can take at level 1. Particularly something called narrow array, something called wide array. And it is a feat, so it would take up your feat. And you have to choose it at first level. And you cannot take it at any other time. Narrow array, what it does is you choose one element in the array, and whenever you roll for shuffling focus or use your bend fate ability, re-roll any dice that would give you the element chosen for this feat. So basically, like, you choose one and kind of mostly sideline. So it narrows your array down. Wide array means benefit choose 2 elements not in your elemental array, assigning the number 5 to 1 and 6 to the other. Whenever you roll for shuffling focus or reroll using your Bend Fate ability, roll d6s instead of d4s and apply elements you've assigned to 5 or 6 to such rolls. You can select these elements if you use Bend Fate to select an element without rolling. This feat does not allow you to learn wild talents outside your array except universal wild talents.
I think I'm okay with not having either of those.
All right. Also, this is really minor, but for some reason, this idea popped into my head, and I wanted to run it by you. One thing that I think is very funny that we could do is make it so that way the fire, water, earth, air, your array matches that for how it appears under the ethereal in the City of Twilight setting document. So, like, fire would be 1, water would be 2, earth would be 3, and air would be 4. Because that's how it is on the spectrum.
I accept this. If Ares approves.
Sure. Yeah. It literally just changes it from air, earth, fire, water to fire, water, earth, air. It doesn't actually, like... It just changes what number is assigned to what. Because every single day, he gets to roll to see what element he gets.
Am I adopting a chaos puppy?
Yes.
Yes.
The puppy cannot become lawful, otherwise they lose all abilities. The puppy is ungovernable. The puppy could be bribed, though, probably.
The funny thing is, Zim started creating or working on his race. And there came a point where I just went...
I don't understand how this is even my fault. This death was kind of bullshit, chat.
I basically told Zim that the party's going to adopt you and there's nothing I can do about it.
Loberont Alma cheered with 100 eggy bitties. Moosh is the puprito snoot.
Hi, Loberont. And yes, he is. We have apparently saved Era a lot of work because I'm going to be adopted, and he's not going to have to worry about how he gets the team to work with me. They're just going to take me and adopt, and yeah, that's the end of it.
So I'm not sure the rest of the team really knows this about Lost yet, but one of the things he did while he was acclimating to Twilight was help out in the schools, because he likes helping children. So, yeah, he's definitely going to try and adopt Puppy.
I will note he is not actually Puppy, but...
Still.
All dogs are puppies. If you call a dog a puppy, it is fine. It could be the oldest dog in the world. It is still Puppy.
I can't really argue this logic. Fair enough.
Because they are puppies.
Why am I imagining Shoal and Fret just collectively going, but we can make him worse, while Lost is going, I can make him better, and Dr. Volt is off in the corner going, I could science him. Because
that's probably the reaction we're going to get here. As I said, Zim just took a bunch of work off my hands. He basically made something that the entire party's going to be like, this is ours now.
Yep. Besides, Zim, with what you have done in order to, like, how you've made this character, there is a line that I think describes everyone's reaction to this character. Things have been set in motion that cannot be undone. You have implanted into their heads that it is Puppy.
Oh yes, Vari. There is that too. And yes, that does fit Taldarius. But yes,
Things are in motion now that cannot be undone.
we went with the Fey type. So he is technically a Fey.
Sylveon?
No, I will say he's an African wild dog.
Oh.
No ribbon tentacles.
Oh. Oh no.
Yeah, sorry, you don't get the tentacle hentai.
That's not what I'm knowing about.
He's annoying because he wants to keep you already.
One, I do, because adorable, but also, oh no, concern because I have suspicions about what paint is.
What do you mean?
Because there is a very particular tabletop creature that sometimes is portrayed similar to an African wild dog.
He's just going to come up to you with a scroll in his mouth, let it unfurl and drop it on the ground. And it's just going to have in big letters, 1 ball throw equals 1 wish. And then he drops his ball on the floor next to it and looks up at you with his tail wagging and big puppy dog eyes.
Oh, you just undid him. Come back to us, Key. We need your attention, Key. Key, you're adorable.
Anyways, so you get access to a feat at level 1. Because you did not want to bother with the array fuckery feats, that means you still have it open.
I was thinking of starting with the one that lets me have more per slot.
That's level 5 requirement.
Oh. Fair enough, then I have no idea what to go for. What are the kineticist
Point
feats?
blank shot. Okay, so for feats that you would care about for entropist and kineticist, so yeah, the extra wild slot talent, that's at level 5, so that doesn't matter for you. As for kineticist feats, there's like a handful, but I don't know how important they are to you. One thing that I can say is that your blasts count as weapons for the purposes of feats. So, you could get something like point blank shot. Which will give you a +1 bonus on your attack and damage rolls, up to 30 feet.
Okay. That would definitely be a good option.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I believe it's... The reason you would want precise shot would be so you don't have a chance of accidentally hitting your friends.
Oh yeah, when you get precise shot after like point blank, because it's down the tree. You can get things that like make it so that way you don't have a -4.
It's okay. If he happens to hit you, he'll just go up and lick your wounds and you'll heal. Because he's also a party healer.
You're hitting me in the feels here. I almost said in the heels. Gosh darn it.
I mean, he might be hitting in the heels. Head bonk.
I think I have made paint a little too precious.
It'll be even more fun to kill him then.
How dare! Oh no, I've already become too attached.
Sounds like a skill issue.
All right, remember, Mr. Arabane. Remember to always target the doggo every session with every monster. Yes.
What I find funny is that while my character may potentially adopt paint, I say potentially, if only because saying anything with certainty is foolish. Eventually my character will also be able to heal. Oh no, this means that my eventual mount may need a sidecar.
Ha. I forgot your summon mount was going to be a motorcycle.
I mean, potentially, it sounded like you had a plan.
I probably do, and it's probably somewhere in my notes, but I'd have to get those out again.
Also, I don't get that for like 4 levels.
Okay, so for other important things, because now we're to the we're to the language and you in the city section, which is part 4. Languages kind of have to be decided, and that's kind of between you and Hera.
Already went over that. Common, Sylvan, and then basically Canid.
What's your intelligence modifier currently?
I was actually about to bring that up. His intelligence modifier is a +1.
Yeah, +1.
Yes. So you get 1 bonus language.
Yeah.
I have no idea what language to go with for that third. Or last, whatever. And yeah, Vari, I know that most of the party has some form of healing. But you don't have a main healer, so that's why... That's going to be Paint's focus.
Having a dedicated healer will be nice for y'all.
Especially based on that recap that I just listened to, where apparently you gave up a favor with an Archfiend just for healing.
No. The favor was to not die, because the Unraveler was going to unexist us. The Shoal made a wish back when we were freeing the Archfiend to have us healed, because we got kind of hit several times by magical backlash and are very lucky none of us got knocked unconscious by it.
Y'all got close.
We did. But yeah, the favor was not for healing. The favor was for Whispers to save our butts and
No, the
take us
wish
back
thing.
home.
Whatever that,
Yeah, had a
I
wish
might
for
have-
healing.
Also, Whiskers is currently messaging me and telling me facts about AWDs. Apparently, they are very democratic and vote by sneezing.
What?
What?
Yeah.
Huh.
Also, yes, Lobron, he's joining Garrus game.
Yes, Lobaron, I am joining Era's game. It will be streamed here on my channel as well. Though, of course, do go check out Era. Honestly, most of my side of things are probably just going to be me sitting here. Go over to Era. Go to Era. He literally only streams once every other week. Go to Era. The next session is this Saturday.
Starting it at about 5 p.m. or whenever everybody just happens to be in the same room at the same time.
Time zone?
Central time zone.
All right, so since you kind of already discussed languages, you have one more to figure out now, but that's kind of whatever. Now we're to initial scales, which you have 750 of.
You do get.
So you wanted to use.
Sorry, you do get Twilight as a bonus language for free for being in the city. That's a custom language, though, so I don't know if that thing's going to be able to do it. Go ahead, sorry, tell Darius.
Right now, I am assuming that this system is going to let me put in custom stuff.
Yeah.
It's wanting
so
me to go
50...
through an infusion first. Do I get those?
Yeah, so that's class stuff. We'll worry about that in just a second, because that'll be a long discussion going through everything that your class can do, and so we have to go through. It's a lot of stuff. There's a couple basic questions I wanted to ask you, which is stuff like, did you want to bother with armor?
Probably not at first.
Right. Do you want to have like a bunch of gear, or do you just want to like fill a backpack with ration?
So my idea is he very recently arrived to the city, so he probably doesn't have that much. And it sounds like he may get a supply pack from the recallers, from the sounds of it.
Not so much a supply pack from the recallers. They received their intro stuff, which is stuff I will dredge out during session 1. Any general supplies I left up to the player to choose.
Okay, so he'll have general supplies then. And a lot of rations.
Also, that's a bad question, because I don't even know half the time.
Oh.
Is there no civil protection? There is no civil protection here. I might die again. I'm so glad the pirates are weaker now. Oh boy.
Well, I hope that this campaign doesn't last more than 7 years.
Why would you say that?
Because then he'll die of old age.
Oh, you meant in-game.
Oh, yeah, I'm talking about in-game time.
You don't age.
Oh, we don't
Yeah,
age?
remember,
Cool.
time is pause. Time is
Nope.
pause.
Yep.
Remember,
no
that's
longer-
also why...
Yep. Well, I was going to say, you got to remember, you're no longer part of the cycle. You don't follow time.
Fair enough.
Remember, this is also why I asked about things like haste, and if chronomancy mages are just like absolutely fucked inside the city proper, And also, this is why all that talk about, like, you know, the boundary thing being important, because that's where, like, kids can age. But yeah, for your rations, how many days rations do you want to have? By the way, it's half a gold per day rations.
He's going to get he's going to get basic supplies and then fill the backpack the rest of the way up with rations.
Well, I can't really tell you how much that's going to be because I don't know the basic supplies you're going to get.
Do rations last? The answer is yes.
Well, it can go for months without spoiling, so yeah. Yeah, so
Alright.
Wander Meal is good. However, the only reason that I wasn't talking about it was, first off, because it requires daily fortitude throws, and you have to, like, for each additional day or be sickened.
Vari's memeing. The players have been arguing in character about whether or not Wander Meal is food for the last 4 sessions.
It is the cheapest option, obviously, but yeah.
It has no nutritional value. Your bag would be emptied of the Wander Meal and filled with croissants.
You know what? I like the idea of him just not have... He's got a pack, and basically he's just going to go with what he's given. He's going to start with nothing otherwise.
So he has a backpack and the scales that he got brought into the city to spend. Got it.
Yes.
All right, so you'll spend like 50 on your good backpack, and then you have 700 scales for the rest of character creation.
He doesn't even have food.
All right, so in that case, you know, you have 700 scales to use on the various shit in the rule adjustment, leveling, and advancing. Oh, important question for you, Era.
Sir, yes, sir.
So if you go one skill trained, there's one thing that says one skill point untrained and then one skill trained. Is that also supposed to be one skill point, and then it's just for a trained skill?
Yes.
Okay.
I differentiate trained and untrained for skill costs.
Yeah, it's just because one says one skill point and then one says one skill.
Huh.
So that makes it sound
typo.
like, you know, it's to get a skill to be trained, and I'm like, that doesn't look right.
No, there is a way to get trained skills. It's in there somewhere, but...
Well,
no,
yeah, but I'm saying for it to cost 25 XP to get another trained skill.
No.
Or 25 scales, sorry.
No, that's a typo.
All right, cool. And then besides that, when you grab that skill point in a trained skill, is that following the normal cap?
Yes.
Or, like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Lobaron, no, I did not forget the Marten bot. It's just having some issues today.
Duke.
Why would you... Okay, look. Varian, why are you complaining
working,
about dried rice cake rations?
No, I want a rice cake.
It's just dried rice cake. It's fine. It's totally fine.
If you're starving to death.
Except it's not actually rice, it's flour, so it's like the equivalent of a rice cake, except it's just made out of flour and nothing else.
I was about to say, isn't it technically made just by using flour and water and then dried out again, so it's a solid brick of uncooked flour?
Yeah. Yeah.
With a little bit of spice and flavor.
Except it doesn't really have that, but it has like a tiny, tiny, tiny bit, enough to say that it has it.
Yes, Fred has 93 Wonder Meal in his bag, which is not enough to save you from starving to death. Still.
All right. But yes, for the things that you might be interested in putting points in, you could get a bunch of skill points in untrained skills. You could increase your BAB, which I believe would matter for your ranged attack still, with how Kinesis works. Yeah. I don't.
Let me catch up here. Language. I would like to, because I'm following through this system thing here. Yes, Ejo, we have a Guilmon being drawn, though the commissions are open if anyone wants them. What languages does everybody else speak? Do we know? Does it matter?
Yes and no to a certain degree. I know that Aquan's in the party, I know Catfolk's in the party, I know that... I know Common's in the party, I know Draconic's in the party, I know... God, what else?
I think that's most of it. Dr. Volt has a bunch of languages.
Yeah, Dr. Volt just has a bunch. Sylvan is in the party, I know that much.
Yeah, and Fred has Sylvan.
I think that's most of it.
Yeah, because my character only has his home language in Twilight.
Okay, for no reason, he can speak Celestial.
Okay. You speak Celestial.
There.
Just make sure to add in Twilight as a free language, because you do get that.
I did.
Good.
Common, Twilight, Canid, High Fauna, Sylvan, and Celestial.
All right.
Also for weight, I put in not enough.
Oh.
Wow, you're just going to target those head or heartstrings until you walk out a fat little boy. Fat puppy.
To be fair, that kind of seems to be a running theme of many games, considering that in, I have a character that is very explicitly extremely emaciated. People keep trying to give him food.
Remind me to make
it doesn't work out well for them.
Remind me to make a character that is extremely skinny to the point of looking bad, but actually eats like I actually do in real life. I'll just give him my trembles, that way neither of us gain weight ever.
Yeah. Something important I was going to bring up.
That is kind of my idea with him, is that he is very skinny and he eats a lot, but he never gains weight. Kind of like I used to be before I got on a medication. Now I am fat.
So you have +5 to your con modifier. So,
Or-
your thing has a D8, so your starting HP is 13.
Where the hell does that go on this sheet?
Probably in defense.
Ah, here's my AC and such. Oh god, he's only got 12 AC.
Yeah. Zim, come on, you're killing me here.
No, that's normal for a kineticist. Why should they ever have that much AC? They get to attack from a distance.
Oh my god, you're just killing me with that though, because I explicitly talk about how you're gonna have really low AC. And then you take a look at your AC and you're like, oh my god, I have no AC.
Oh no, I literally said that just to get a rise out of you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're killing me with that. I'm like, I attempted to fucking tell you. Wrangle.
Hey, Kaz,
Yeah.
Pat. You're cute.
Gwa 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 gwa.
Alright, so you're not bothering with any items, you're not bothering with any of that. The only thing that we really have to bother with is spending those remaining 700 scales, or I guess you just not spending them.
No, I think he probably would have used them to buff his stats up.
Well, you can't afford any stat increases. The lowest stat increase is from putting a stat from 0 to 1, which is 750 scales. And that's not the stat increases. Yep.
When I say stat, I mean literally anything, not necessarily just the, I'm not talking about ability scores.
Okay, yeah, but I'm just saying on the sheet, it's called stat point increase. So you're talking about upgrading stat points, and I'm pointing out that on the things that you can buy, the stat points you cannot.
What even are these stat points?
It's your ability scores, but they're called the stat points in the City of Twilight setting PDF.
Let me fix that for you.
Well, I'm using a PDF, so you fixing it won't help.
Oh, I know, but I'm fixing it in the Google Doc. Purely for Taldarius' sanity.
Don't worry, I lost that a long time ago. But,
I am really
okay,
confused why it's a 0 to 1 thing here. When if you're at 0 in any of your ability scores, you're just dead.
Because I had to group them together.
Also, technically not. There are ways to be at 0 stat points without dying, technically. Such as having a strength score of 0 just means that you can't move. Having a dex score of 0... What was the 0? Was it also just incapable of moving?
I think
it's also just incapable of moving.
Yeah, dex score 0 specifically are paralyzed.
Yeah, for Constitution, yeah, you do die that one. For Intelligence, I know you go comatose.
He Duffings is sending love to everyone.
Yep, Wisdom, you also go unconscious. Charisma, you also go unconscious. So the only one you die from going to 0 is Constitution.
There just happens to be a lot of creatures that if they happen to drop your XYZ to 0, you become XYZ.
Yeah. It doesn't, that itself does not kill you, it's generally another effect.
Okay.
I guess... Due to your starting situation, you get 6 skill points per level. Because you chose the skill point favorite class bonus, and you have +1 int, and then you normally get 4. And your class skill list is Acrobatics, Craft, Heal, Intimidate, Perception, Profession, Stealth, Use Magic Device, Knowledge, Planes, and Sense Motive. So you have 6 points to distribute. Oh, God.
The more I try to use this path companion thing, the more I'm disliking it. I was hoping it would be actually done and good to go, but it looks like it's still a work in progress thing. Blah.
Didn't it say that on the main page, that it was still a work in progress?
I might have missed it.
Well, I'm pretty sure it said that on the main page.
It probably did, and I probably missed it, like I freaking said. Grr.
Provides gentle hug to Burrito.
I am in need.
There. It's okay.
Joke.
Okay, so what do you want to assign your skill points to?
I'm checking a thing. Okay, so this thing is completely wrong on what the kineticist actually gets. It seems to have assigned my class skills opposite of what I actually get. Oh wait, no, not even that. What class? Like it gave me class skill for appraise, class skill for craft, diplomacy, heal, knowledge arcana, knowledge history.
Well, got like a third of those right.
Knowledge nature, knowledge nobility, knowledge planes.
Does it think you're a wizard?
I don't know. Well, no, because it doesn't even give me use magic device. But it does give me swim.
That's
Which you definitely don't have.
Are you
swim good?
Are you allowed to manually alter the class skills?
I am. But I think I'm just going to find a different means of making my character sheet.
If it helps, because I figured that something dumb would happen, I've also been sitting here just making a mock-up for you on Bithweavers, just so that you have it to, like, reference.
Can you transfer that sheet to me?
I can make a copy and send it to you.
Okay. In that case, I'll just have you fill that out then. Alright, so 6 skill points. I'll just look at this. Well, definitely gonna give him heal.
Alright, one drink and heal.
Era,
Ahoy.
can I swap my class skill Intimidate for Diplomacy, please?
Okay.
Okay. Then one in Diplomacy. Of course, one in Perception, because, you know, the God skill. One in
Hey
Stealth.
Tartarus, Nano 8-bit Shadox is sending you a hug.
What does that put me at? 4?
Yeah, you used 4.
One in Use Magic Device and one in Acrobatics.
Okay, so we got the thing to give you sense motive, and then you didn't put anything in sense motive.
Right. Forgot about that. Replace Use Magic Device with Sense Motive.
Oh, yes, I should say that Dr. Volt has all the Use Magic Device skill points, so that is more than okay.
Yep. So we are looking at acrobatics, diplomacy, heal, perception, sense motive, stealth, and then that's your 6.
Yes.
Cool. What did you want to do for your feat? Because I know the point blank shot thing got mentioned here, like that's probably a good idea, but I don't remember you actually.
I wanted to hear other things that might be good for him.
All right. Other things that might be good for you. So obviously point blank shot. Because that's a pretty good tree for you. Maybe spell penetration, so that way you get a +2 to overcome spell resistance. That one's not as generally useful, but it's really good situationally. Because then you can also get greater spell penetration.
What was that, Era?
Be right back. I gotta feed a cat.
All right. Toughness might be okay. Not that important, but it might be okay because you're gonna burn through your HP with burn. Are you able to get deadly aim right now? I think you need 1 bad for that. Deadly aim pathfinder. Yeah, you need to have at least 1 basic attack bonus.
Hey, Candy.
Actually, I probably should have known. Okay.
Isn't
I
there
will.
a feat? Oh, go ahead.
I will say that I was kind of leaning towards just getting +2 bonus to my BAB with the scales. Because from the looks of it, that would be less than what I've got available.
Also, you can't do that. You can only grab 1 BAB. Because you can't have anything in any of those columns that is larger than your level on the left.
Oh. Well, either way, that's still 1 BAB then.
Yep, so you could get 1 BAB. Another thing that you could do with that 1 BAB is getting a weapon focus on your blasts, because, again, your blasts count as a weapon for this. So you could get +1 bonus on attack rolls.
That does feel a little bit better than the point blank shot, like, yeah, I don't get the +1 bonus to damage. However, it's a no matter how far away I am, I get that +1 bonus.
Yeah. The reason that I also recommended the point blank shot is because that leads directly into precise shot, which means you can shoot into melee at no penalty. So your melees could be attacking someone and you could just point at them with no downside and attack. And with no chance of hitting your team, basically.
Alternative option, I could go down the tree for the animal companion feat and just start multiplying paint.
Oh no.
Every couple of days, you just wake up to another dog outside.
Just team wakes up one day. There's another paint. They what's the process called? It's not osmosis.
Mitosis.
Yes, mitosis. Paint has performed mitosis. Until we have all the colors of the rainbow, and we can say we have rainbow paints.
Candy, we've got art going on, which commissions are open. There's nobody on the queue, so if you want some art, it is you can do !art for those details, and you'll get started right away. Otherwise, we've got we are working on a Pathfinder character. I'm joining Era's campaign. So, hype for that. Oh, it looks incredible. Whiskers is specifically challenging themselves to go above what they usually do with this one, so.
I see.
But of course, it's going to be a background for videos, so good reason to. Also, I will be right back.
Hey there Razim, just thought you should know that Nano 8-bit Shadox thinks you're cute.
You know, he probably still has his headset on, right, Nano?
Wireless headsets.
I'm pretty sure that's why Nano did it. And Nano? Banu. Okay. So.
It does things wants everyone to hydrate.
Good thing I just
Go
grabbed a
hydrate
soda
for
then.
everybody. Let's go.
Cheers.
I've been soda free for about a month.
So I basically trained my ADHD a little bit. So when I have Mountain Dew Code Red specifically, it helps me focus. So I have a little bit of supply of it every now and on hand, just in case I need it.
Oh boy, I'm gonna be very sorry for you if they ever cancel production of Code Red. It's one of their most popular. I don't think it'll ever happen.
Yeah. All right, so Yeah, so your blasts count as a weapon for the purpose of feats like weapon focus. So you would be able to grab weapon focus. Let me just make sure that on this sheet I have noted that.
Code Red is a cherry flavor.
Smiles, everyone! Smiles!
This is like some great fantasy.
Good thing I haven't actually started drinking it yet. Okay, sign that out. Just a reminder, everybody, art commissions are open. Your packs have been sent, Nano.
Alright, so you have used 125 scales on the +1 BAB, you've used 50 on the backpack, you're at 575 remaining scales. So for that, what are you feeling in terms of some of the feat options?
Let me pull up that document. So I don't have enough to get another feat.
Nope. You automatically have max HP, so buying HP doesn't matter right now.
I might hold on to it, or I guess I could go for untrained skill points.
Well, you could also go with a trained skill point. You could get 2 extra skill points for a total of 75. One has to go in an untrained skill, one has to go into a trained. And then you'd be down to 500, and then, yeah, whatever.
I will do one in...
You could also, go ahead.
We'll do one in Knowledge Planes.
Alright.
Also, I think this Path Companion has them reversed. Because knowledges can't be used untrained, right?
Generally, no. Sometimes they can, but generally not.
Generally speaking, if the DC is higher than 15, you can't get it. Untrained. But exceptions happen. Like, if you roll a knowledge late nature to identify a bunny rabbit, you're probably gonna get it.
Yep. Do you also want to get the untrained, or do you just want to get the trained?
I'm debating. Let's see, what, from the actual list here, I didn't really care about profession or craft. Use magic device is definitely covered by somebody else, and well, I don't know if I'm wanting to bother with that either. Anyways.
Well, okay, you used one on trained. From what I understand, based on like how the rest of this is laid out, correct me if I'm wrong, Era. You are buying a single skill point, and it's not. And if you want to get a second skill point,
yes,
you have to spend the next tier, which means you'd have to be level 2.
I'm gonna get survival.
All right, so 1 skill point into survival.
Okay. I'm gonna call things here and hop off. My dinner's ready.
Enjoy.
And I also have plans with another friend here in a bit, so I will see you guys all later.
All right.
Oh, well, have fun with your friend. You're cute.
No, you. Anyways, good night, you guys.
Good night.
So I do think. Oh, hey, Purloined. I do things. You can play the emote card anytime. I just add it to the list. No guarantee on when it'll be done, but it will be added to the list to get done. Also, do check with me before redeeming it, though, to make sure it's not already on the list.
This hamlet shall not fall.
Kazu underscore the underscore Avali raided my stream with 19 viewers.
Kazu, thank you so much for that raid. Would you like a random clip from your channel brought up or a regular shout out? Alright, let's take a look at this random clip. I'll go ahead and play it. Okay, that was a short one, but to the point. But yeah, everyone, thank you. Welcome on in. I am Rosin currently as Asher Burrito, mostly because my model keeps breaking, so I gave up on it for today. I'll figure out what's going on later. But yeah, thanks so much for that raid. Welcome in. You've already been listening, so I'm not going to give the whole spiel.
You've been here, like it or not.
Exactly. And don't forget, everybody, art commissions are open. This current project will be put on hold if anybody wants something, and that's okay. You know, artist needs to eat. So there are the rules there.
All right, so in terms of scales, you're down to 500. Other things that you could buy. Okay, era. So it's a little bit unclear. For the saves, are you buying it for a single save? Are you buying it for all of your saves? Are you buying it? Single save. All right. Yep. Are you able to buy +1 on each save, or is it you buy the +1 and you apply it to one save, and then you have to buy the level 2?
Yep. You have to buy the one save, and then you have to buy up to 2.
Okay.
So if you want to get the +2, yeah.
Okay, but I mean, if, let's say I up my fort by 1, and then I want to up my will, do I have to then buy the +2 for will, and it takes up the +2 slot?
No.
Okay, so it tracks all saves individually.
Yes, it's from number to number anyways. So it's from 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 3 to 4, etc., etc. So yes.
Yeah.
There should be a level
I'm just
there too.
Yeah, there is.
Good.
I just wanted to make sure because of how it was. It didn't exactly have a note near it that I found, like the stat point ability score thing did. So I was just trying to make sure that it worked in a similar way.
Yep. Oh, my Google Docs broke again and things aren't in the right place. Look at that. Surprise! Google Docs is being weird. Key's already in there. I think he's looking at adding a note.
Cool. In that case, yeah, you got like 500 scales and not a whole lot to be spend it on.
Well, then I'll just leave it as is.
Yeah. Actually, I guess important question is when it says +0 to +1, for example, is that accounting for your ability score or not accounting for your ability score?
Not accounting for ability score.
Okay, good.
It's supposed to be base save.
All right. Just wanted to make sure. In that case, if you want to spend most of your remaining scales, you could get your will up to a +2. Or no, +1, because that's level 2. You're going to +2.
Yeah, I'll go with +1 for that. That sounds good to me.
All right, so scales +1 will base save for 50 scales, which puts you down to 450 scales, which puts your will base up to 1, which means that you have +7 fort, +4 reflex, +4 will total after everything. Oh wait, no, I forgot to take off the +1. That's why there was still a +1. Okay.
I'm a little confused on the calculations here. So I used 50 scales. I started with 750. 50 for the backpack. 125 for BAB. 25 for a skill. 50 for an untrained skill. And then 50 for 0 to 1. So that means I've still got 450 scales left.
I just said you had 450 scales. Why? What?
You said it would use up most of my remaining ones.
I said no because, oh wait, yeah, I said...
He was looking at the +1 to +2 section when he said that.
I was looking at the +1 to +2 when I said that, and then I said, no, wait, that's level 2. Level 1 is 0 to 1. And then I said, after I put it in, I went, all right, you have 450 scales remaining. I'm making sure to write down all of your stat scale purchases in other notes, because technically speaking, I don't think you're ever going to, but you could technically refund them for half price.
Plus, it's nice to keep track of what because, like, I assume that when I do get the class +1 to will, it'll add on to what I purchased with scales.
Yes.
So then it'd be good to keep track of, okay, I got this bonus from the scales, instead of being like, why do I have a +1 here when I'm only supposed to be here now?
Yeah. So, yeah, the scales and all that, we got 450 left. Not too much good to spend it on right now, I think. Because you can't up any of your other saves, because they already have a +2 base. You can't buy a feat. You don't buy spells. Like, you can't get spells.
You can always buy cantrips. Cantrips are open to everybody.
Yeah,
though
but you'll have
saving
to
your
work with
scales is
Arrow
not a
on
bad
it.
idea.
Yeah, you'll have to work with Arrow on that. I can't really help you with that.
I kind of despise Pathfinder cantrips. But I suppose you did make them a swift action, so it's literally just free potential damage for the piddly bit of damage that they can do.
Pretty much. That's why I had no problem making them swift actions. I was just like, most of the cantrips aren't going to be very dangerous past level 4.
Yep.
Those are just the damage dealing ones. Otherwise, I'm just handing you guys a bunch of utility, and you guys are going to need utility.
That is kind of my plan, my focus when I'm picking my talents on this. My wild talents. My focus is going to be on utility rather than just doing damage. Or healing.
Yep. But yeah, so considering all of that and the fact that you don't care about armor, you don't care about weapons, there's nothing to worry about for that. The only thing to go over is... Yep. So in that case, now that we have all of that sorted out, do you want to go with weapon focus, point blank? What do you...
A funny idea just came to my mind, because we basically absorb the scales to get their effects, right?
Pretty much.
I'm just imagining that Paint was hungry and he couldn't get any actual food, so he just saw these things and they were handed to him, so he just kind of started eating them. And that's how he's gotten these starting skills and such.
Canon.
You like that idea?
Yeah. They had to explain to you that no, these are money deer.
Yes, exactly.
But they're warm.
They're warm. They make my belly go tingle tingle. And they're actually kind of tasty.
Oh no. Puppy has gotten a taste for the experiences.
Next thing you know, he's going to be in the corner snorting them through a straw.
I'd ask how, but dogs can manage a lot of things without being fully sapient and conversational creatures.
Yep. But no, seriously, like, what are you feeling for the feats now that we have that starting scale stuff spent?
Okay.
'Cause you do qualify for one bab stuff now.
What was that one that was requiring one bab that you were talking about?
There's two of them.
Okay.
There's a couple of them. One of them is Deadly Aim, which you subtract 1 from your roll and add 2 damage. One from the attack subtracted, add 2 to damage. But then that scales up as you level. Then there is stuff like weapon focus. So you could get a +1 to any attack you make with your blasts. That also requires 1 bab.
We will go with point blank blast. Or point blank shot.
Point blank? Alright.
It's probably the best, especially considering that it's required for getting something else that's important.
Yeah. You could also get improved precise shot, but that doesn't matter as much. It's still very helpful. So it's actually like a part of a lot of trees, but... Oh, and what improved precise shot does is you need to get base attack bonus 11, so this would be like late. But what you can do is you ignore any sort of cover or concealment that is less than complete. So if they have partial cover or partial concealment, like from it just being dark but them not being invisible, then you ignore any malices towards shooting them.
Well, that's going to be useful.
So that's late. Yeah, but that's with 11 bab, so you're probably not going to get that until late. But, you know, it's still a part of the tree, so I wanted to mention it.
I hope he doesn't get a test for Wanderbread because he'll starve. Like, you can't die, but somehow I feel like you'd starve to death if you tried to live off of Wander Meal here.
Bold of you to assume it was cooked enough to become bread.
Yes, Candy. I will be streaming the game as well. And yeah, it'll be streamed in 3 different places.
Maybe 4 if we can get a certain somebody to start streaming themselves.
Alright, congrats, Carcerus. It is now a requirement.
I have a job in retail.
So?
I'm not always gonna have the energy to set all that up. If I even do. Which I'm not saying I will.
Yeah, you are. You're saying you will.
No. Help. Help. Vari, you're in the chat. Help.
Alright, everybody. Go follow that bean.
What? No! I don't even have a channel!
You're gonna have enough followers, like, before you even start streaming to be able to hop right on that bus. Congratulations.
Woot woot.
Go follow the bean.
Why must you break me so?
So we'll go and hit up that one 2D artist I know, and we'll create a VTuber for you, and we'll get it into VTuber Studios. That way you got a 2D live model running.
Why must you do this to me?
I'm not making you. I'm just gently encouraging you with buying you things.
Even better, I can poke my 3D artist, you know. He does good work. And
look.
He's already paid up for like 4 or 5, actually I think it's up to like 9 models from me.
His laptop would not handle
it would not.
or would not handle 3D.
Like, one of
we'd
my
have to do
concerns,
2D.
If we set aside the attempts to break me, one of my big concerns is I mainly use a laptop. I'm sure I could figure out using the desktop and laptop in conjunction or something to that effect.
Or I could set it up for you because I already do that myself.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how I stream as well.
Or you could, but like, even if I did stream, it would be infrequent.
Congrats, Carcerus. Send me your address. I've got an extra capture card laying around I can send to you tonight. Well, not tonight, but tomorrow.
I'm being showered with too much kindness.
Because nowadays I've got the internal capture card, so literally this thing's just sitting here collecting dust. Ooh, great idea, dear. We should go tell Charum.
No!
I am messaging him now.
No! Why? I asked for help and received none.
All right, but just because I'm technically staying what should happen with this. I do want to actually get on with explaining what your class does.
Sorry.
Sorry, that was my derail.
All right. Yes, let's go with this.
Burb.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Oh, I'm ready. I was sitting here waiting.
Oh, okay. Well, it's because you were in the middle of doing something, so I was just waiting. Okay. So, the way that this shit works. Let's go with, I have both of them open.
Actually,
what's going to happen is we're going to go down the kineticist, and I'm going to let you know when something changes or deviates from that.
Okay.
Because the way that archetypes work is that everything in the original thing works as it is unless it's mentioned in the archetype. So, your weapon and armor proficiency is with all simple weapons and light armor, but not shields. That is still true. Your class skills, we already went over, so we don't have to go over that. Elemental focus. This has changed. This is called Planner Array on Entropist. You have chosen the elemental array of air, earth, fire, and water. And it determines what wild talents you can learn, as well as what elements are available for your shuffling, focus, and favored focus abilities. At the GM's discretion, they or the player can instead choose 4 elements for an array, assigning each to a number 1 through 4 for the purpose of shuffling focus. Choosing array also grants the Entropist an attuned heirloom, typically a striking piece of jewelry, exotic weapon, or bizarre tri-dimensional device. Just figure out what exactly that is with Era.
That is a ball. It is his ball.
Yes, okay. Yeah. The attuned heirloom contains all of your wild talents, and you cannot access them if you do not have it. If the attuned heirloom is lost or destroyed, the Entropist must seek out a new heirloom, spending 1 week's time and 500 gold, or scales now, 500 scales per Entropist level in the process. This new heirloom contains a number of first-level wild talents equal to the Entropist Constitution modifier, in addition to any bonus wild talents gained based on the Entropist level. Wild talents, this is also changed. Unlike most kineticists, Entropists learn a great deal a great multitude of infusion and utility wild talents, but do not necessarily have access to them all at once. Entropists can learn and prepare wild talents in much the same manner as an arcanist might learn and prepare spells, which just means, like, you know, hey, if you find another infusion or wild talent or utility or whatever, you could, like, copy it down given time. To prepare and use wild talents, the Entropist must have a Constitution score of at least 10 plus the wild talents level, which means you don't have to worry about that because you already bypass all of that. And the wild talent must either be universal or an element within your chosen array. You can prepare one wild talent of each wild talent level you have access to based on your level. In addition, starting at 3rd level, you can prepare additional wild talents if you have high Constitution. However, no matter what your level or Constitution modifier, you can never have more than 3 wild talent slots of each wild talent level unless they've gained additional spell slots from the extra talent slots feat. So, just to reiterate, this means that basically at the beginning, you will have, like, a wild slot that you get to use. That is of, like, 1st level. And you prepare it each day. To prepare any utility wild talent that has a prerequisite, you must also prepare its prerequisite. This is for, you know, utility wild talents, specifically not infusions. Or if the prerequisite is a basic utility or defense wild talent, have access to it through an Entropist class ability, a utility wild talent, or a feat. Infusions can be prepared even if their prerequisites are not. For example, Flurry of Blast can be prepared without needing to prepare extended range. Utility wild talents can be prepared and benefited from even if the Entropist does not have access to the wild talents element. For example, an Entropist who prepares Wings of Air gains its benefits, even if they are not an aerokineticist. But infusions can still only be used with their associated blasts. Both infusions and utility wild talents share the same pool of slots per day. So, you need to choose between having infusions or utility.
Okay.
Wild talents can be prepared in any slot. Yep, wild talents can be prepared in any slot, their level or higher. If a utility wild talent is prepared in a higher level slot, the wild talent save DC receives a competence bonus equal to the slot's level minus the wild talent's level. For example, a 1st level wild talent prepared in a 3rd level slot receives a +2 bonus to its DC. You do not gain this bonus if you possess the adaptive utility feat or you are legendary kineticist. The Entropist can also choose to leave wild talent slots empty, but it does not provide you with a benefit, and you cannot prepare the same wild talent in multiple slots. Unlike other wild talents, basic utility and defense wild talents, as well as utility wild talents that could be selected in place of a basic utility wild talent, such as Glass Cannon, do not need to be prepared in this way, whether temporarily or permanently available to the Entropist. They always access them, much like how Psychic casters can access Nax. So if you have things that are considered basic utility or defense, you don't have to prepare them, you just have them. You can know any number of wild talents. You have no restriction on the amount of wild talents you know.
Okay.
It's just based on how many you can prepare in one day. And you must choose and prepare your wild talents by getting 8 hours of sleep and meditating for...
So the defense wild talents. I know that each element comes with a defense one. Do I get access to all 4 of those?
Okay, so there is a... There's a thing about that later.
Okay.
You must choose to prepare your wild talents by getting 8 hours of sleep and meditating for 1 hour with your heirloom. So basically play with your ball for an hour. While meditating, you select which wild talents you have access to that day. And you count as a psychic spellcaster.
I just love the idea that he literally needs to play with his... He needs to play fetch with his ball once a day.
Well, for like an hour.
Yeah. Well, for an hour every day. So congrats,
Yep.
Key, you and Paint get to play fetch every day for an hour.
Alright. The Entropist begins play with an attuned heirloom, which contains 3 first-level wild talents of your choice, and you also learn additional first-level wild talents equal to your Constitution modifier. So, for your purposes, this means you get to choose 8. You cannot use any of those to grab basic utility wild talents, though. And then you will learn new wild talents as you level, but, I'm not going to read all over that because it doesn't matter for you right now.
Okay.
Yep. Next thing. This is over on Kineticist. Burn. At first level, a Kineticist can overexert herself to channel more power than normal, pushing past the limit of what's safe for your body by accepting burn. Some of her wild talents allow her to accept burn in exchange for a greater effect, while others require her to accept a certain amount of burn to use that talent at all. For each point of burn you accept, a Kineticist takes 1 point of non-lethal damage per character level. This damage cannot be healed by any means other than getting a full night's rest, which removes all burn and associated non-lethal damage. Non-lethal damage from burn can't be reduced or redirected, and a Kineticist incapable of taking non-lethal damage can't accept burn. A Kineticist can accept only 1 point of burn per round. This limit rises to 2 points of burn at 6, and rises by 1 additional point every 3 levels thereafter. A Kineticist cannot choose to accept burn if it would put your total number of points of burn higher than 3 plus your Constitution modifier, though she can be forced to accept more burn from a source outside her control. A Kineticist who has accepted burn never benefits from abilities that allow her to ignore or alter the effects she receives from non-lethal damage. So this is why I mentioned that for burn purposes, it's important to have your Constitution modifier really high. Also because you're literally burning away your HP.
Ah. So at this point, when I use something that causes burn, it'll do 1 point of damage to me. Non-lethal damage, rather.
1 point of non-lethal. Yes.
Okay.
Next, we're going to be reading over Shuffling Focus. And then we're going to go over Kinetic Blast. So, Shuffling Focus is in Entropist. Each day, the Entropist's attuned heirloom becomes aligned to a random element in their chosen array. The heirloom floods their body with power, allowing them temporary access to a single, simple kinetic blast of their choice belonging to that element, as well as temporarily granting them that element's basic utility wild talent. It does not say you gain access to the defensive wild talent because you get that at level 2. Wild talents of the same element as your Shuffling Focus receive a +1 bonus to their DCs and caster levels, while those that are not of their Shuffling Focus or favored focus elements receive a -1 penalty to DCs and caster levels. Minimum caster level first. Universal wild talents neither receive a bonus nor a penalty from this. Each day, you must roll a d4 using the table below. We changed the order to be fire, water, earth, air in accordance with the frequencies of this setting. And whatever it rolls, congratulations. That's your alignment today.
Okay.
So, sorry to interrupt, but hey, Zim. When you cast your blast, what you're actually doing is whipping the ball at them. You can thank Dear Guardian, that is canon now.
I accept.
All right. So, Kinetic Blast. Now that we know what your Shuffling Focus is and all that, let's read Kinetic Blast. The reason why is because Shuffling Focus alters this. So, at first level, a Kineticist gains a Kinetic Blast wild talent of her choice. This Kinetic Blast must be a simple blast that matches her element. Simple blasts are listed with their corresponding elements. This is changed in Shuffling Focus because you temporarily get it based on what your alignment is on that day. And here's where it matters. As a standard action, the Kineticist can unleash a Kinetic Blast at a single target at up to a range of 30 feet. She must have at least one hand free to aim the blast, or one prehensile appendage if she doesn't have hands. So, yeah, you kind of always have that free. All damage from a kinetic blast is treated as magic for the purpose of bypassing damage reduction. Kinetic blasts count as a type of weapon for the purposes of feats such as weapon focus. The kineticist is never considered to be wielding or gripping the kinetic blast regardless of effects from form infusions, see infusion, and she can't use vital strike feats with kinetic blasts. Even the weakest kinetic blast involves a sizable mass of elemental matter or energy, so kinetic blasts always deal full damage to swarms of any size, although only area blasts deal extra damage to swarms. A readied kinetic blast can be used to counterspell any spell of equal or lower level that shares its descriptor. A kinetic blast that deals energy damage to any type, including force, has the corresponding descriptor. Each simple blast is either a physical blast or an energy blast. Physical blasts are ranged attacks that deal an amount of damage equal to 1d6 plus 1 plus the kineticist's constitution modifier, increasing by that amount every 2 kineticist levels beyond first. Spell resistance does not apply to physical blasts, so for you that means you deal 1d6 plus 6, but it's with a normal ranged attack. Energy blasts are ranged touch attacks that deal an amount of damage equal to 1d6 plus half your constitution modifier, increasing by 1d6 for every 2 kineticist levels above first. It does not say rounding up, so for you that means it would deal 1d6 plus 2 on a ranged touch attack. Composite blasts do not matter for you right now. You cannot do them.
Ever?
At least, like, right now. No, I mean, like, right now.
Okay.
So, you don't have expanded element yet, so it doesn't matter. You'll get that, like, at level 7 or whatever, I think. So, I'm not gonna bother with it right now.
That's fair.
If you have all of your, like, if you have all of your body free effectively, a kineticist can gather energy or elemental matter as a move action. Gathering power creates an extremely loud, visible display in a 20-foot radius centered on the kineticist as the energy or matter swirls around her. Gathering power in this way allows the kineticist to reduce the total burn cost of a blast wild talent she uses in the same round by 1 point. A kineticist can instead gather power for 1 full round in order to reduce the total burn cost of a blast wild talent used on her next turn by 2 points to a minimum of 0. If she does so, she can gather power as a move action during her next turn to reduce the burn cost by a total 3 points. If the kineticist takes damage during or after gathering power and before using the kinetic blast that releases it, you must succeed at a concentration check of DC equal to 10 plus the damage taken plus the effective spell level of her kinetic blast, or lose the energy in a wild surge that forces you to accept a number of points of burn equal to the number of points by which her gathered power would have reduced the burn cost. This can never reduce the burn cost of a wild talent below 0 points. So, basically, you have charge-ups. In exchange for not burning your HP away.
Okay. I got a bit lost with that one.
Okay. If you do a move action on your turn, you reduce burn by 1. If you do it for a full round, you reduce it by 2. If you do it by a full round and use your move action on the next turn, you reduce it by 3. If you take damage while doing this, like having charged up, but before you've attacked that releases it, you must succeed at a concentration check with the stated difficulty, or lose it in a wild blast and burn yourself for the number of points by which you would have reduced the next thing.
You do a DBZ charge up.
Round, you do a DBZ charge up. Like if you do your full round action and then you get hit and you fail your concentration check, you're taking 2 points of burn and you lose your charge up. So it's most useful to, in lieu of moving, like, do the charge up, reduce it by 1 point of burn. That's the most useful. But you can charge up your Kamehameha and just hope you don't get hit.
Okay. I did see something, I believe my healing things cause burn. So it sounds like as long as I'm right next to them, I can heal them without suffering the burn.
Yep, possible.
Now, what, how many times can I use my various wild talents per day?
It
Is there a limit,
doesn't
or?
say. I don't believe that it says that once you use it, it like removes the slot.
I can shed some light on this, at least based on how I
All right.
understand the Introvist work. As I understand it, the slots are just for what you have selected to have for that day, out of the various talents that you know. However, like a normal kineticist, you can use those talents as many times as you want per day, so long as your burn doesn't knock your ass out.
Okay, so it's mostly limited by burn. Okay.
Yeah. Because you can only get up to, you can only have a certain maximum amount of burn before you go night-night. And you can't use anything else for burn.
Well, on the plus side, with my healing, I can make them take the burn instead. So
right.
unlike the twins, who literally just take all of the damage onto themselves, it's like, okay, and you get healed and you suffer that little point of non-lethal. Congrats.
Fun fact, the twins are physically unable to help paint with that.
Oh, I know.
The non-lethal damage cannot be shifted or moved, so just to let you know. Unfortunately, I believe that you do not gain the starting infusion thing based on your elemental focus because you have the wild talent thing from Entropist instead, and it says it alters and replaces infusions and utility wild talent. So, you don't get the starting infusion thing, but you do have your 8 starting talents. So, you know.
Okay, so where's
small
the list
world's
of
smallest
talents?
violin.
Utility wild talents?
No, okay. So, there's both utility and fusion. Infusion. The only thing that you cannot buy at the beginning, so long as, like, you know, you qualify for it, are basic utility wild talents. They're the only ones that are specifically stated. You cannot learn them with your starting wild talents. And you can obviously you can only get first level wild talents. And they can't be basic utility.
Okay, how do I
They also have to. They have tanks.
Okay, so I'm looking at the utility wild talents list. I'm trying to find one that is basic. Or look through them. I'm assuming that it's the element of basic? Or the element would be basic listed? Or is it the universal, or...
It doesn't exactly say in the best way.
Good night,
because,
Candy.
You know. I just don't think it's just built in the best way.
So Vari, while I have access to 8, or while I know 8 talents, I only get to prepare, was it 3?
You get to prepare 1 right now.
Oh.
And then you get access. So, okay. You get 1 per day that you get to choose which one. And then it's your gambling that gets you others. Because remember, when your shuffling focus hits, you get temporary access to a single simple kinetic blast of your choice belonging to the element you roll, as well as temporarily granting that element's basic utility wild talent. Okay, yeah, so there's... Wait. Is there one where it's just called basic utility, or...?
It's things like basic hydrokinesis.
Oh, okay, if it says basic in the name, it's considered a basic wild talent, basic utility wild talent. So it says basic telekinesis, basic aerokinesis, etc. So This is strange, but
Okay,
that's
so
what it
the
says. Oh, okay. Based on the elements table on the original. Oh, okay. Yeah. So under elemental focus in kineticist, go to kineticist elements. That's where it has the things.
um. Okay.
Yeah, so like under the wild talents, or wait, okay.
If you click one
I
of
always
those
hate
elements at
how
the bottom, it should take
these
you
third part
to
like
chart
some of these
tables.
things do their stuff, but
I'm pretty sure most third-party producers, when they actually do this stuff, they include all that information in the same book.
yeah. Oh, okay. I think you got to scroll down to the bottom and then maybe click. No, because that's composite. Oh, okay. Ah. I sent you a link. I found a page. So you can't select things such as the basics because when you roll that thing on the on your ball, whatever your ball selects, you gain the basic of whatever that element is. So, like if you get air, you get basic aerokinesis temporarily. So that's why it's called the basic utility wild talent, because you get access to the basic, and it's that, and then that's what you get for that day. And then you get to temporarily select one simple kinetic blast of your choice belonging to that element.
Okay, that's simple enough.
So, like under air, you could choose air blast or electric blast. And then at level 2, you gain access to whatever the defensive talent is.
Which we'll worry about if or when paint actually makes it that far.
Yeah. Alright, yeah. So that's how all of that works. Cool. And that is everything to do with your first level class.
Okay. Well, what was that heal one? Okay, we'll just try. That narrows it down at least a little bit. That is level 4. Can't get that yet. Okay, kinetic healer is level 1. With a touch, you can heal a willing living creature an amount of damage equal to your kinetic blast damage. Instead of paying the burn cost yourself, you can cause the recipient to take 1 point of burn. If you do so, the recipient takes 1 point of non-lethal damage per hit die he possesses, as usual for burn. This damage can't be healed by any means until the recipient takes a full night's rest.
Also, if you click on this, what are you able to like view it and then copy it?
Do what?
I sent you a link. Are you able to click on that sheet and then like make a copy?
Might be able to, but I need to log in, so I'm gonna cover this up. And
oh well, I gave you a general access.
Well, yes, but
thank you, Mythweavers.
I think I need to log in to be able to copy it to my profile.
Ah.
So yeah, I'm hiding the browser so I don't accidentally give away anything that I don't want given away, you know?
Yeah. I went ahead and wrote in for you the physical blast and elemental blast, like their basic stats. 30-foot range, their damage, and their attack bonus currently.
Apparently, my last pass did not save the login for this site. So bear with me a moment, everybody. It'll be a few minutes while I get this pulled up.
Also, Zim, I have your flaw.
Wait, already?
Yep.
Oh no. Is this a private thing or?
It's up to you if you want everybody to know about it now or if you want it to be a surprise.
Send it to me in DMs.
If it helps, when you make a copy, there is a character flaws section.
I don't think I used that email with them. So, gonna need to use a different one.
There you go.
Oh boy.
Sounds like you approve.
Yes, but we will keep it a surprise.
I really wish you could download Facebook videos because this video would piss Rygon off so much.
Alright, so were you able to make the copy, or did it be in
I'm still working on it.
I was just checking.
Okay. Signing in. Error logging into sheet system. No, it does not look like I... Yeah, I was not able to copy it. But it should just be basic busy work to get that copied over manually.
Alright, yeah, you know, it's... Instead, what I'm gonna do is... this. One's free. You're probably just gonna have to open up. Look like open in browser and then you zoom in. You should be able to read all the numbers.
Okay. Alright, so I need to pick... where is it? Alright, so we got that straightened out. Not that. We'll worry about that stuff in a bit. So I need to pick 8 talents. What's up?
8 talents. And I was just going to say, yep, it's 8 talents, and you cannot choose basic utility talents. But you can choose anything that is inside of your 4 or universal.
Okay. Era.
Yes, sir.
Can I buy the first level talent for kinetic healer to have that always prepared with scales? So I can pick something else with with the one that I get?
Key help. I'm not sure. I don't think I created additional slots rules.
No, you didn't. Give me...
I'm not sure how I'd handle that. Well, I mean, I guess I could base it off the Pearl of Power, but is that it? Is that in Pathfinder? No, they got Ring of Spell Storing.
Well, like, Pearl of Power, Page of Spell Knowledge, Ring of Spell Storing, all those exist.
I'm just asking for the simple fact that, like, he's supposed to be the dedicated healer, but I would like to have something else available instead of always... Because later on, it's not going to be that big an issue.
How much is a feat again?
2,000.
Yeah. Because they're almost worth as much as a level. Oh my goodness. Pearls of Power are expensive.
Yeah, like all those choices are expensive. I'm thinking.
Yeah, like 1,000 gold pieces.
Because Kinetic Healer is a fairly basic utility talent.
Yeah, it's level 1. It causes 1 burn. And it would heal...
Treat it as a level 1 spell. How much does that cost?
That's what I was asking about doing. That would be 100.
Also, okay, so real quick, just while this discussion is going on, I feel it's very important to mention this. This would only be useful up until level 3, then you'd have to refund it. Because once you reach level 3 with your current constitution, you'll be at your maximum allowed amount of slots for level 1. Because you'll gain 2 from your constitution score for your bonus spells per day. Because you go by that table on your constitution. So you're going to gain 2 once you reach level 3. Which means at level 3 you'd have to refund it.
Well, I mean...
Doesn't give you anything.
Considering it's only 100 scales, if we go with that, I'd be okay with just keeping it, and it's just a bonus one on top of whatever else I decide to prepare. But from the sounds of it, until I get to level 3... Well, no, I guess level 2 I get to prepare 2 spells of first level?
Nope. Level 3.
Oh, so
yeah,
it's
level 3 you
not...
get 2 additional.
It specifically says in the thing that I'm going to read it out word for word. Quick. Up. In addition, starting at 3rd level, you can prepare additional wild talents if they have high constitution, refer to table ability modifiers and bonus spells. However, no matter what their level or constitution modifier, they can never have more than 3 wild talent slots of each wild talent level until you've gained additional slots from extra talent slots feat. So you need to get the feat to unlock additional slots.
So I'm asking if I can spend the 100 scales to just have kinetic healer outside of that whole system, basically.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Because technically this would be an additional slot, which I didn't bother putting in rules for because I never thought I could ask that. Now I feel like an idiot because I should have done that research already. At the same time, it'd make sense and I'd be fine with it, but at the same time, I don't want to break the system.
Yeah, because an extra slot, no matter what, is always going to...
Yeah. And the items for it are absurdly expensive. Because slots are
for that
extremely
reason.
valuable.
Well, this one, like, the only reason I'm asking for it is because, like, my plan with him is primary healer. But I would like to have something else available if I want it outside of just always having that dedicated to healer.
Yeah, at least until level 3, which level 2 is going to come quickly. Level 3, not so much. Give me like 5 or 10 minutes to think on it.
Okay.
Because brain needs to actually work. As bad as that sounds. I'm not wearing a DM hat right now. Well, I kind of am. Yeah, give me a few minutes. I will think on it. Jesus Christ, Whiskers.
Really good, huh?
I look up and I'm like, oh, that is fantastic. I'm going to be right back really quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, the unfortunate part about choosing a class that is very versatile is the fact that now you have all of these options you have to go through and figure out what the hell you want.
Yeah, but that's not too big of a problem. I can go through that. I might go through it off stream, like later tonight, and pick out what I want.
I think that's probably a good idea. Hey, at least it's a lot better than trying to read all this by yourself and losing your mind.
Oh, I was doing that, trying to read through all this. So, until level 3, I am going to have one spell that I get to use as many times as I want, and then my kinetic blast, right?
You also will get your basic wild talent infusion from that, and you'll also get to choose one of those elemental blasts per day based on what you roll.
Oh yeah, Varian. That was my intention with this, is it would be limited only to kinetic healer. Like, I'm definitely not looking, or I'm definitely not asking for, you know, yay, I've got another slot so I can just throw away kinetic healer and have two other, you know, two different things in there. No, it would be one slot permanently reserved for kinetic healer. Stay. Socks in a box. Thank you very much for that follow and welcome. Save you from setting up a new phone? Why no? Oh, you're saying no to Orca. Orca, get some art. By the way, Whiskers, I did message you on Telegram for art stuff.
Yep. Oh yeah, awesome. Okay, so I feel it's necessary to put this just because due to the language. You get temporary access to a kinetic blast in the element, but you get the element's basic utility wild talent for free. And you don't have to spend any sort of slot on it.
Yeah, I'm referring to the utility stuff is what I'm looking at.
Yeah. Well, utility and infusion both take up the same slots. They don't have their own separate pools. It's the same.
Yeah. Oh, hey, I can bring people back from the dead.
I feel like it's really not as rare as people think it is in Pathfinder.
Fair enough, Orca.
Small side joke, it's not common in Pathfinder, but it is very common in D&D, and that's why my cleric has a bag full of diamonds worth 500 gold pieces.
Yeah. But no, I'm saying, like, access to things that, like, let you resurrect are really not that rare in Pathfinder.
No, they're not. Here's what I'm thinking. Let's make it 300 scales for you to have the additional slot, and then when you hit 3rd level, I might make you sell it.
Oh, okay.
Does that sound fair to everybody's? It'll get you what you want, and then it'll fade off once it's no longer needed. Your body will just spit out those... You'll cough them up. You'll cough up the scales.
Oh. And then he immediately eats them again.
I'm just imagining him giving them, like, a little sniff, and then, like, shrugging, and then eating them again anyways.
It sounds like something a dog would do.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, that's the whole idea, dear. He is Doggo. He is going to be played as Doggo. Which I suppose that means that Varian's the kitty shark, right?
No, Viv is. Varian's the mute bard fox.
Oh, okay. Well, when the kitty shark takes a poop, it sounds like Paint's going to be going for that.
Oh. The cat shark is sentient.
Well, so is Paint. I know it's ill! But dogs do that!
Nuclear launch detected.
I'm just gonna shuffle that in the part of my brain I shove everything I don't want to think about ever again. And, we're gonna move on with life, yes.
You're going to have to learn how to accept this and move on.
I did accept it by shoving in the part of the brain that I don't venture to anymore.
Come on, I just wanted to reference Dota 2 Reporter.
It's like Adventure Time. Just shoving it right into the vault. And now I want to listen to Moonlight Sonata.
I love physics.
Oh, I very much enjoy this little Marten video. That Marten very much wants attention, and they will not be denied. They are not satisfied with anything less than full attention. At that moment where they push their hips down on her hand, that's actually the Marten marking her. Luckily, they grow out of the whole peeing on everything to mark them thing quickly. But if you get a young Marten, yeah. They will very much, they'll jump on your shoulders and pee on you. Is Whiskers now drawing my character for Era's game? No. They are drawing one of Mirai's characters. Mirai is the other main artist that I've got, for those that may be new here. They do a lot of the art. The icon I've currently got, Taldarius's icon up there, the borders, they do a lot of the art for the channel. And I'm sure Whiskers will be doing a lot of art for the channel as well.
I know I'm considering getting a card made when I get Crivis one.
Oh, one of the crit cards?
Yeah. Or like just when I get my Crimis money.
Crimis.
Yeah, sounds good to me. I'm sure Whiskers is ready for it. They just did one for Squirrel.
I wonder if I should make it a verbal crit card and just have Bane there.
Did Whiskers do the Jace one too? Or did somebody else?
Mirai did. Oh, the animation of Jace?
Yes, the stabby stab.
That was someone else.
Ah.
Whiskers costs a bit more, but they are higher quality on it. Yeah, Whiskers costs a bit more for those.
Gotcha.
So if you do want to get an animation from Whiskers, I can probably cover part of the cost if it's to use as a card. Since you know those are something
that you use, yes.
Yeah.
Right now. I might hire Whiskers to do the guitar playing animation though at some point. Because I've been needing one.
Well, you've seen what they've already been doing with Jace.
Yee. Oh, the hat fell right off. No hat for squirrel.
Yeah. But, ole! Anyways. Who redeemed that anyways? Oh, hey there, Hydra. Oh, it was I do things. Okay, they probably weren't looking for the anvil. Most people that do that redemption are trying to go for the anvil. Alright, so, yeah. Taldarius, go ahead and subtract the one, and now they're just getting nothing but pies.
Pie.
Except I'm not Asher right now.
True.
Well, right now, Hydra, I am, well, we were working on a Pathfinder character. I think it's done. I'm just going to, but otherwise, we've got Whiskers over there on the left doing, some art, which commissions are open for. Well, this hat stayed. Oh, there it goes.
You moved too much. Nope, that was the rupee.
Yeah, it was the rupee. But yeah, I think I'm done with the character. Just need to pick wild talents, unless there's something else you can think of, Taldarius.
No.
Ow! Ow. Alright, so I just need to pick my wild talents and subtract the 100 scales, so I guess, or 300 scales, so I guess I have 100 left? Am I?
150.
150? Cool.
You have 450 scales right now. You have 450 right now, so if you subtract 300. Remember, so I went ahead and sent you the thing. It has all the information on it.
Alright, I will get that set up.
Cool, and at some point I need to
Also,
figure
you
out
could probably click on the link and see it, but, you know.
What were you saying?
It'll just be transposed.
What were you saying,
have to get you a token or something for your character too. Or a 3D model. I can make 3D models work.
Well, I will probably be getting a 3D model of Paint, though it would be Anthroform.
As long as it's TTS compatible, because they got a thing. Elsewise, tokens will be fine. I'm going to have to do that for Cat Shark, because we can't find a 3D model that works really well.
Well, have I got news for you. I just so happen to have a 3D artist available, ready to take commissions.
I'm not sure whether or not I'm willing to pay for that. No. I don't know if Viv would want to pay for that either, because I'm pretty sure Viv would want his self first. One of his selves.
Well, Viv could get that too. Like I've got...
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off, guys.
Alright, see you, Taldarius.
Good night, Taldarius.
Yep, no problem.
But yeah, for that, there's a link for all the prices on the 3D models. In the stream chat.
Yep, I know. I have looped.
8-bit Shadox is booping the Marten.
Boop, 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 boop.
Key, you still awake, or did you doze off? Key. Did he doze off? He might have dozed off.
Or he stepped away.
Poke the key. Hey, Car. Hey, Key, you're a wonderful person. Yeah, he's not there. Or he's asleep. One or the other.
Sorry.
Oh, wait.
I was spending time with my mate before they left for work.
Ah.
Y'all were busy, so I didn't want to bother you.
You're fine. Just wanted to make sure you didn't doze off. Because I was about to poke Canis and be like, hey, I think he fell asleep.
No, sorry.
Tell Canis I said, have a good day at work.
I will.
Thank you.
Okay. We're gonna be done with Stream Raiders for tonight. I am thinking I'm gonna switch over to a game. Just kind of, brain is a little frazzled at the moment.
Probably going to be popping off the voice shortly. I know Key needs to go to bed shortly too.
Oh, I will be all alone.
Rygon's still streaming.
Yeah.
Y'all can voice up together.
We'll see if
Brief
he wants.
I hope everything.
Well, I think that's an answer.
That went quick.
Rygon!
Hello.
And we also have a Magna, the traitor.
Oh no. I'm not a traitor.
I don't know.
Hey,
I was hearing from Asher all these things that you were doing to him.
Hey, don't be mean. Don't be mean to Magna. They're my tier 4 sub.
Except subs only go up to tier 3.
It's a running joke at this point. It started yesterday. It is still so funny.
We're speed running through this the second playthrough of this game, so we can collect the remaining achievements and get the second ending.
Oh, you need to take a nap in the infirmary.
Okay. So that's what we're doing.
We just finished D&D stuffs. Or
how'd
Pathfinder
it go?
stuffs.
Ooh.
Also, Eric.
Brain
Canis says
dead.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh. It's okay. Kineticist is a lot to absorb.
Character creation always goes like that.
Well, this one in particular is rough because not just a standard kineticist, I am going entropist.
And you're using a custom rule set on top
You
of
like
that.
to make things hard for yourself, don't you, Zam?
I do not understand this mouse magic that makes me do your bidding.
Jimmond _ is transforming you into the burrito full of emotional betrayal from Magnum Mom.
God. Okay, I'm going into the mug. I'm not dealing with this today.
Sorry, you're not allowed to leave.
I'm a mug now.
Ooh! Pours vodka in.
Drink.
Sip, 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 sip.
You're gonna go to the reference room, read a book on the shelf on the bottom row, second from the right, and the code. And it will give you a code.
Yeah, I like codes. In fact, I have myself a code name. It's Rygon.
Also, somebody please clip that. Please.
By the way, get used to that laugh. I'm sorry.
You're going to Franz Moore's office, 3rd floor, right hallway.
Right hallway, got it.
He misplaced his code in the reference room, which is 9981.
Gotcha.
Oh, there you are, done, Brian. I was just about to go post in the clip thing.
I might need to steal your done, Brian, for more clips once you join the group.
My dun brine.
I need to steal your dun brine.
The computer room is to the left of the reference room. Dig through the trash and you'll find Andrew Robinson's ID number, which is the passcode to his door.
Oh. Let me get this whole scene. I'm French. This guy is an asshole. Imagine
He
calling someone
betrayed
out
us all.
because they're fucking colorblind.
Okay, give me a moment. I'm going to split up recordings real quick.
Aye.
Gotcha.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us this evening for this tabletop prep session, as well as Art Marten's Creative Tales, with Whisker doing some art. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They're on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive. I cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by simply sharing the stream around. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Duke.